Kia ora koutou. Kia ora koutou. Thank you. All right. Apologies, folks. We're just having some technical feed issues. How are we going? We're on fine. Good. All right. Well done. Thank you. Thank you for that. All the fire engines put everybody off. Obviously, something through our OT system. Thank you for scrambling for getting that together. All right. Welcome to everybody here and everybody online. I hope everyone's can. And I'm going to ask Conrad to start us off with a couple of meeting.
Just to give you an outline of what we did this morning. First of all, before Air 266 hand, and I'll do a colour check for your day, and then we'll sit down, and then I'll do a meeting to you, and by and large, we will do what we call a wire for my speech. Can you advise? Kia ora whānau, I'm not used to having a mic for doing these things, but hei aha. So kei inoi tātou, e te atua whakarongo mai, kia mātou e tēnei wā, whakatongi e te wairua tapu hei a whina hei tohu a mātou. Hei ako hoki ngā tikanga a tātou mātua, rau hoki te rangatiratanga te kaha me te kororia a ke ake āmine. E noho. Tēnei au, katatiro ki te rangi e tūnei, katatiro hoki ki te papa e taunei, me ika roka hanga ko te hau angi, ko te hau āuru tōrere, ko te hau tonga memeha, ko te hau rā ki ora, ka puhia ki te pautaki a te wharerua, kia eke te mauri, eke te mana, eke te ora, ui e i, tāki e. Te papa e tako tōnei, ngā whare ari ha e tūnei, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Kia koutou ngā mate tārua e tawana i runga i wō tātou pā, huri noa i ngā motu. Rātou hoki ko whetū rangi tea, kua tangi hea rā koutou, no reira kuarite, kuarite. E oku rangatira te whānau o ngā hau e whā, hara mai ki te kaupapa te wā nei, no reira whānau, hara mai. Maria mai o koutou tini ai tua, kia tangi hea rātou, kia mihi hea rātou, kia poroporo aki te hoki rātou, me ki kuarite te wahanga kia rātou. Ko tātou te hunga, kua tūtaki i tēnei wā, no reira, haere mai i runga i te kārango o te wā. Tēnei te mihi o tēnei pai maunga, ki wau koutou nei pai maunga, ka tū te ahuru, ka kitea, ka taka te ohanga e kore no reira, nau mai, piki mai, haere mai, ngā mihi whānui rā kia koutou katoa, no reira, he mihi poto, he mihi aroa ki te kaupapa te wānei, no reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Aroha, te whakapono, e te rangi mari e tātou e kia kahara kia manawanui kia ukia mai a tātou e. Apiti hono, tātai hono, tātou te hunga ora kia tātou, no reira, huri no te whare, no reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa, ka hauri. E noho whānau.
Ngā mihi nui, mātua hone, and kuia Dolly, thank you very much indeed for your opening of this fantastic week these students are going to have. Appreciate that. Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. So I'm Boyd Swinburne. I'm from the School of Population Health. I'm a Professor of Population Nutrition and Global Health, and it's my great pleasure to be working with you this week along with Anna Harding-Schofield, who is the coordinator. She's been working the whole year to get this week ready for you people. It is an amazing week that you're going to have. I'm going to go through all of the details later this afternoon, but we're running a little bit short of time, so I'm not going to give you too much of a spiel. I'd just like to acknowledge, first of all, the MAS Foundation, and let me just go back a slide, MAS, and the New Zealand College of Public Health Medicine. They've contributed a bit to the prizes that some of you will be receiving at the end of the week for your presentations. These are two very important organisations, and I'm going to just ask Vanessa Silak, who's a public health physician, just to say a few words on behalf of the college, and then I'll get Julie Wera Mika and Mafi Funaki Taifote to talk about MAS and MAS Foundation. So let me start with you, Vanessa. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Vanessa Silak Tokuingoa. It's a great privilege for me to be here today and to just give you a little bit of information about the New Zealand College of Public Health Medicine, just in case that's something that you are not familiar with. Now, I'm not sure if we have our slides here. There we go. I always forget which button to press. Is it that one? Thank you. Cool. So we are a small college, but we do have, I think, quite a large impact in terms of training. Our main job is to train public health medicine specialists, of whom Boyd and I are one. We are members of that organisation. We also are involved in continuing certification for our specialists, as well as undertaking some advocacy work. Now, you'll be learning a lot more about public health or population health through the week. And essentially what we do within the College of Public Health Medicine is that we live and breathe this work that you are going to be learning about this week. Now, the focus of public health is around the science and art of protecting and improving the health of communities. There is obviously a strong focus on prevention, but I think it's also important to recognise that there is an important focus also on how we organise our health services, how we manage them, and also the leadership of the health system. The sorts of roles that our fellows end up undertaking are medical officer of health type roles within the public health services, where we undertake and fulfil legislative and regulatory functions. Many of our colleagues are advisors. We undertake leadership and management, planning, funding, and of course people like me and Boyd do research. So that's my sort of full-time job. You'll recognise some of these people who are all public health physicians. Professor Sir Colin Tukiatonga couldn't be here. He's the president of our college because he's currently in Niue on a research project. He and one of our colleagues, Noah Bunkley, are doing some research looking at applying a special painting to roofs to help reduce the impacts of climate change, and you'll recognise a number of these other people. So the sorts of roles that we end up doing are often in leadership roles, whether that is in Pharmac, like Scott Metcalf, within the Ministry of Health, like Andrew Old and Karina Gray's recently been appointed as the Director of Public Health. People like Dr. Ramon Pink, who's been a medical officer of health in the South Island for many years. Dale Bramley, who is, I was fortunate enough to work with when I worked at Waitemata, what was District Health Board, who's now the CEO of Te Whatu Ora. So there's a whole lot of different types of roles. If you are interested in training in public health medicine, the process involves undertaking a Master of Public Health as essentially what your equivalent of a Part 1 is. You can apply for the training program after you've done 2 years of training, after you've done 2 years of clinical practice. The second part of the training is kind of similar to what you would do with other training programs, in that you have you basically have attachments and placements where you undertake a range of different types of roles. What I would let you know about, though, is that we're always here and we're always keen to collaborate and work with people. And that's whether you want to end up doing a career in public health medicine or working alongside us and with us. Many of our greatest champions actually undertake clinical roles, continue doing their clinical practice, and incorporate principles and practices of public health as part of their ongoing work. And that's something I really want to encourage you to think about, not just through this week, but as you continue developing in your careers. If at some point you do want to think about public health medicine as a career option, please reach out to people that are specialists that you may know, me or Boyd, others. We can put you in contact with people who are interested in specific areas that you might be interested, whether that's in management or medical officer of health type roles, leadership roles. And also, there's also the college website, which has got lots of information on it, and really happy to answer any questions you have along the way. So kia ora, thank you so much, and I hope you have a wonderful week. Thank you.
Kia ora, thanks indeed, Vanessa. And tomorrow morning on Population Health in Action, you'll get to meet some public health medicine specialists to learn about what the day-to-day job is and what they do in their career. And also, for most of the regions, I think we have people who are in training or just come out of training to be able to talk a little bit more in depth about what it looks like that Vanessa's just gone over. All right, now I'm going to introduce Julie and Muffy to come up and talk to us about MAS and MAS Foundation. Did you have slides here? Okay. MAS, there we are.
She's got it open.
Oh, you got it open. You got it.
Ata mare e tātou, tēnei te mihi nui ko Julie Wharuera Mika ahau, he uri au ngā te awa, ngai tūhoi te whanapanui me horana. I'm one of the heads of MAS Foundation, which is the philanthropic arm of MAS, the Medical Assurance Society. I do this mahi 3 days a week, and outside of that, I'm a clinical psychologist, kaupapa Māori researcher, and on a number of governance boards. And this is my amazing colleague who will introduce herself.
Kia ora koutou morena, malo te mai pongpongi ni ko kuinga ko mawhi funa ki tahi fote. As you can see, I hail from the little island kingdom of Tonga. Together with Julie, as heads of foundation, I do 4 days a week. The other day, my background as a dietitian, so across those roles, you can see how we're linking and overlapping into the MAS Foundation mahi.
And informing and advising us at a strategic level, we have an amazing board of governors who are public health physicians, a lot of them. So we have the amazing Professor Boyd Swinburne, Dr. Carrie Briers. We also have Martiri Harwood, who's based here, and Professor Vili Nosa. So we have this amazing mātauranga or knowledge that guides the strategic work that we do.
Yeah, so the MAS Foundation vision, children and families flourishing together in Aotearoa. And as you can see, it overlaps with our health professional allied health work to improve health and wellbeing equity in Aotearoa.
Awesome. So the mahi we do is guided by 3 core values areas, and these were developed collectively with our board. And this is how we engage with the communities we serve, how we engage with our colleagues at the table. So the first being kia kaha, kia maia, kia manawa nui. And to us that means kind of stepping outside of your comfort zone, not being afraid to challenge the boundaries in which the health system has us restricted to sometimes, but looking at the leverages and opportunities to influence some really strong change.
Yeah, the second value is te ka pono me te aroha, and we've made one of the proverbs that we've taken from Samoa is e fōfō le alamea. So recognizing that solutions are with communities. So if they've got the issues and the problems, surely they've got the solutions. So hearing the voices of our communities is one of the great values that it is close to the heart of MAS Foundation.
And the third value area is whiria te tangata, bringing people together, collaborating, ko tahitanga, realising that one solo group can't be the person that determines and addresses the health and wellbeing inequities that we face in Aotearoa, that we need to do that collectively. So we're really big on supporting communities to collaborate and doing that alongside the health system as well.
MAS Foundation is a charitable arm of Master Insurance Company. Insurance Company had been around for over 100 years. But Mass Foundation is only quite a young philanthropic organisation, and Julie and I, coming from health into philanthropy, we're really good now at saying philanthropic philanthropy, and I'll stumble over that. As Mass Insurance, it's a mutual insurance company. So when you're insured with Mass, you're also a shareholder of Mass. So at the AGM in 2018, 88% of Mass members voted to set up and establish Mass Foundation. So the money that comes from Mass Insurance, those are the annual distribution that comes over to Mass Foundation. They established Mass Foundation in 2019, and they've got the Tiritia position statement in 2020. So our role as heads of foundation is a Te Tiriti partnership role. So it's not one head of foundation, it's heads of foundation. It's not co-heads of foundation, it's heads of foundation. So that's really important work that we've got tangata whenua, and I just happen to be tangata Tiriti from the small island kingdom of Tonga. So we started about 5 years ago in the role, and then we got our grants, and as you can see from here, the commitments and the distribution that we've had from Mass, and then grant-making distribution over to our communities.
And the most exciting thing about the distribution, it started off as 1 million, then 2 million, and then we've just been announced as having 4 million in the next financial year, which is really exciting. So the more profit that MAS makes, the more money that gets out into communities. So for the first 3.5 years in our role, we listened intently to community around what their needs and aspirations were, and we heard a really strong commitment and focus to the early years, to supporting early childhood development, but also taking care of our young people, our rangatahi. So through that, we narrowed the focus of our funding, and we looked into Te Tikitiki a Taranga. So that refers to the top knot of Taranga, who was the mother of Maui. Do you all know Maui? Yeah, cool. So we look at the early development of children in the context of whānau, the important people that nurture and take care and have responsibility to support their development. So we have 3 main areas that we prioritise: health and wellbeing, which is still pretty broad, but given our expertise, we kind of look more in the mental health and nutrition space. We also look at family violence and trauma prevention, so how do we create really safe, nurturing environments for our mokopuna, for our children to be brought up in, and early learning and development and whānau empowerment. So we look at how we can lay really strong foundations for our children to be really successful in their future.
So while we've got those as our 3 priorities in 2024 to 2029, the approach of the foundation in terms of its grant making, we've got 3 approaches, which the first one is pro tiriti. So ensuring that we've got tangata whenua mana motuhake, tino rangatiratanga, but making sure that we're looking at organisations that we've got Māori leadership, Pacifica leadership. Pro-equity is our second approach, making sure that we, from the foundation in terms of grant making, addressing those inequities, health and wellbeing inequities that are existing and entrenched, trying to break that, but also looking beyond and above that in terms of the system. So these are important approaches that the foundation, in addition to those values that you heard us speak about before, and also those priority areas. So making sure that these are all together when proposals are being looked at.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge the timing of when MAS Foundation was established. It was during the inquiry of the Health and Disability System. And so a lot of the work in establishing our foundation was based on the new structure that was implemented. So it's nice to have Rob Campbell in the room here with us, who was one of those integral leaders. We also had Sharon Shea, who was on our board, that advised a lot of the work. So we've got a long-term commitment to these areas in terms of how we fund and the way we do it. And we just wanted to introduce you to some of the kaupapa, or amazing communities that we get to partner with. So Taku Māmia is a marae-based antenatal, postnatal care based in Hastings, and what we've supported them with is increasing access to the really important clinical care from paediatricians. So we have a paediatrician who is actually engaged as a hapu mama in that service, who goes in and provides early assessments for children, so increasing access for whānau who might not usually have access to that really important clinical care. Pepe Pena Pena is tupuna parenting, so it's increasing access to traditional ways of birthing and understanding the real importance of mokopuna being taonga or being treasures in our lives. So there's a lot of resources and knowledge that's shared on online platforms and in wānanga to support whānau in terms of how they nurture their children. So it's access to choice, really. So giving whānau options in how they want to nurture their children.
Yeah. Kakala Mālia is based in Otara. It's an early learning centre, but it's using traditional knowledge of Pacific cultures and weaving those into raising those young children in the early learning centre.
And we also supported a kaupapa with Perinatal Anxiety and Depression Association, which was this really cool kaupapa to support the understaffed midwifery practice that we have in Aotearoa. So it was a peer-led kaupapa to support young mama who had experienced anxiety or depression during their haputana experience to be colleagues and supports for others coming through the system and experiencing similar challenges. So we had Māori midwives and Pacifica leaders from the midwifery sector leading and supporting that really important work. And we had some really positive independent evaluations that were conducted. So we're hoping this type of model is something that we can continue to support long term, but look at where that fits in the health system to complement the amazing work that you will all be doing very soon.
Yeah. So these are only just an introduction and a taster to the grants that the foundation has distributed. But visit our website and you'll find many more communities who've actually got some grants to do the mahi into our communities. But we've got a little video of Takomamia and let them actually tell us the mahi that they've got. It's really
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Hold your seats.
Kia ora, I'm Aria Graham. I'm Kai Arataki here at Mamia. Here at Mamia, it's about love, connection, acceptance, you know, the unconditional side of welcoming someone into a family, those really special maternal qualities around providing stability, reliability, consistency. Those are the attributes we bring into Mamia to at least have that foundational part of hauora, health and well-being for whānau. Yeah, I think that at the essence, it's about aroha. Not everyone's had a positive whānau or maternal experience. So I wanted to look at why our tamariki programs, health programs, aren't meeting the needs of whānau Māori, of young māmau. So sort of had this big aspiration to have this kaupapa and with no funding, came to the marae and said to my aunties and uncles, our kaumātua, oh, hey, I really would like to do this kaupapa and support young mamas, but I got no money. And they said, well, do it on the marae, you know, bring it to the marae, which is the ultimate dream. So we converted what was a tractor shed, where we're today, into this whare. So I had to have this feeling of home away from home. We have quiet spaces here at Mamia, and then we have spaces where you can gather, eat together. We do crafts, kori tinana around movement and activity, and then bring in the right clinical support, some rangahau, some research, some academia, and then truly try to collaborate with other services and organisations around, right, what have you always wanted to do with whānau and tamariki that you haven't been able to do that we could possibly do together?
Having a read about the MASS Foundation and their focuses on health equity outcomes for all, and especially Māori and Pacifica, and well, that's what we are. It became a no-brainer in the end, and we never looked back, and it's just a great connection. We
share those same values, those resonance, and the tiriti base as well. And we see Mamia as the treaty in action, you know. It's our indigeneity unfolding and welcoming others into our aroha, and we're giving turn, there's reciprocation and humility in that, and we're receiving back. So yeah, so sounds so beautiful, doesn't it?
I love that it's forward thinking, it is community minded, it is about building capacity with us as kaimahi, but also building capacity within whānau and within mums, but also community.
Some people are really well resourced, so otherwise they don't need a lot of input. But they might be a little lonely or want some connection, and it's enough to pick them up,
Today's actually my first day at Māmia. I didn't actually come with my first pregnancy as I was too shy, but this time I plucked up the courage to come, and I'm glad I did because this place is awesome and I'll definitely be back.
They offer a safe space to come, even if you just have to chill and you need a break from your kids. You can always just come and relax. They feed you, they love you.
It's a privilege to be here, to be doing this here on the marae, amongst the whānau here at Waipatu.
For all of us, whether we're Māori or not, our tamariki are the future for us all, and we've got to look after each other, and we've got to do the best we can in the time we're given so that we can go away, fill ourselves back up again, and then come back in and do the good mahi, the mahi pono the next week. Yeah.
That's a little glimpse of the mahi we do. If you're interested, check out our website. There's some more information there. But we just want to wish you guys an awesome week. Our sons have both been a part of this program, and we know how exceptional the learning is. So, yeah, kia kaha tātou, enjoy it and have lots of fun.
Kia ora, thanks very much indeed, Julie and Mafi. That's a wonderful taste of what Maz Foundation does. It's been a privilege having both of you as wonderful heads of foundation. As I said, I've been on the board, and amazing to be able to give out this kind of money for these kaupapa. And in fact, the work that you're going to be doing this week on putting a pitch to a foundation for $2 million to do something to change part of the problem that you're going to be given is a bit modelled on what Maz Foundation is and does. So that's going to be, it's a nice taster for the type of thing that we'll be talking about. Okay, so just let me quickly tell you where we're up to. All right, so I'm going to go over this this afternoon about a different way of thinking about health. So you've all come out of clinics and hospitals and so on and thinking about health at a one-to-one level. This is to lift your thinking out to the population level. So a lot of what we want to get out of this week is a different way of thinking, a different way of looking at problems, understanding all the upstream determinants, the health of groups, inequities, environments, systems and policies. So it is quite a different way of thinking, and I hope that you're going to rise to that challenge to pick that up and take it to the problem that you've been given. I'll go over those learning outcomes in a little bit more detail this afternoon because we're just running a bit short of time. Okay, so this is where we are today. So in a minute we're going to have a keynote presentation from Rob Campbell, and Jack will be introducing Rob. Then you've got a half an hour break after that, and you'll be coming back at 11 for a panel discussion. And here we've got 3 clinicians. So these are people, so 2 paediatricians and a general practitioner. And they work predominantly in clinical spaces, but go back and forth into population health. And so these are people who are working on both sides of this clinical population space. And the purpose of this panel is to get their view on how these 2 areas of medicine, of health, work together and how they complement each other. Then you've got a short lunch break, and you'll be coming back at 1 o'clock, and I'll give you a spiel about the whole week and what the expectations are and so on. And then at 3 o'clock, you'll be meeting with your facilitators. That's all pre-arranged for you, and that you'll be meeting with your group with the facilitators. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll have population health in action, and then meeting with agencies and experts, and Friday presenting your proposals. To think of Julie and Mafi and the board of Maz Foundation sitting there reviewing your proposal to see whether they're going to give you $2 million or not. So that's all we're going to do. So let me just, I think that's the last of my slides there. I'm going to go back to here because Rob doesn't have any slides. So I'm just going to put that on as a background. And I'm now going to ask Jack to come up and introduce Rob Campbell, who is giving the keynote address today. Thank you, Jack.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure this morning to introduce our keynote speaker, Rob Campbell. Rob is one of New Zealand's most experienced and influential professional directors and public sector leaders, with a career spanning organised labour, economics, public service, health governance and business leadership. Originally trained in economics and political science at Victoria, Rob later completed a Masters of Philosophy in Economic History at Massey. He began his career in academia before becoming heavily involved in the union movement during the 1970s and 80s, including serving as the national executive of the New Zealand Labour Party and co-authoring After the Freeze, a book focused on economic strategy for unions. Over the following decades, he has chaired on several boards across numerous major organisations across the country, including ACC, Sky City, the Environmental Protection Authority, and Te Whatu Ora Health New Zealand. In 2019, he also started serving as Chancellor of AUT. Alongside his governance work, Rob has remained strongly committed to public policy and equity issues. He's currently leading Kaitiaki Hauora, a nationwide coalition advocating for stronger publicly funded health systems grounded in equity, accessibility, and Te Tiriti principles. In recognition of his service and contribution to business and public service, Rob was appointed a Companion of the New Zealand Order of Merit in 2019. Please join me in welcoming Rob Campbell.
I'm afraid this is the low-tech version of presentations today. I'm typically, as you probably gathered from some of the academic background, someone who likes to prepare in detail for some of these sorts of occasions. I'm actually a bit over-inclined to lecture, even my family thinks that. But today, when I sat down last week, in fact, to look at what I would say to people like yourself who were in the 5th year of training in clinical work, I felt too inadequate to present to you in this sort of a context a view about the health system, because my contact with the health system, deep and as it was very short. And so I felt the most I could do, the most useful thing I could do for you in this context was to talk a bit about the way I have experienced the health system, in particular through my involvement with Te Whatu Ora. You might end up working for Te Whatu Ora. Becomes less and less likely by the day. I see today, in fact, they're having their email addresses all changed to make sure they don't have any nasty Māori words in it. And it's now the third change that some people have had in their email address since I got involved with the health service in 2020. And it's one of the many changes which has taken place, and I'll come back to that. And just think about what has driven those changes, what has driven the issues that people working in the health system are facing today. And whether those are driven by health issues or entirely other concerns. And I think you'll probably suspect that I have some doubt as to what extent these things are driven by health issues. So I got involved entirely by accident. The government, when it was introducing and preparing the Paeroa legislation, needed to set up a board. And the first question is, why did they need to set up a board? Well, because that's what you do when you have organisations, when you have corporates, when you have something that controls a lot of money. It's what everyone expects you to do. Why? Why did they think it was really necessary to have a board? They have a cabinet, they have a ministry, they have all sorts of other people working in the organisation who were perfectly capable of doing all of those things. And I'd like to suggest to you that what they were thinking at the time was, we set up a board for no better reason than that is what we do, for the same reason that charities set up boards. I'm involved with a whole number of charities, and when we go and ask for money, and I can't blame Maz for this because we haven't gone and asked Maz for any money. I'm attracted by that 2 million, but we'll come back to that. When we go and ask, the first question they ask is, who's on your board? What is the board? Why? And many of these organisations don't have boards. I recently joined an organisation working with Samoan migrants in South Auckland, and they were told you have to have a board. And when they came back and they simply said, they asked me about it, and I said, well, you're 3 people working in there, call yourself the board, put your names down and that'll do, won't it? No. When they went back, they needed someone who was not involved in their mahi and who had a reputation in the outside commercial and philanthropic world to lead their board. Why? There was no particular reason for this. The people who were doing the mahi knew what they were doing. They knew what they were going to spend the money on it. They were prepared to be completely accountable for it. But our systems tell them, oh no, you have to have a board. And so I became the diversity hire for that trust, someone who knew nothing about it whatsoever, but had some sort of a vague reputation in the wider world that helped us get enough money to get started. The Paora board, the board for Te Whatu Ora, which wasn't called at that stage because we didn't have the name, was appointed on exactly that basis. You have a board because that's what you do. And they didn't know what they wanted that board to do, other than somehow look as if it was in control of the situation. The last thing they wanted, of course, was for it to be in control of the situation. It was to look as if it was in control of the situation. And I'm just saying they weren't doing anything particularly extraordinary. That was what is happening to charities and public organisations all the way. So I happened to know some of the people in the government at the time. And that's how I became part. Not because I knew anything about health whatsoever. I wasn't particularly healthy. I wasn't particularly unhealthy. I didn't know anything about the health system whatsoever. So I came in certainly fresh. What I knew a bit about was governance of big organisations, because as Jack's summarised, I've been involved in a lot of those things, public and private sector. And secondly, I was told I was appointed because I had a strong interest in equity, which I did indeed. And if you read the Paora legislation, the bits of it that are still left in place, it was strongly focused on equity as being a key element in any health policy. So we'll talk a little bit about what happened after that. But at the time, the thing that attracted me to the Paora legislation, and it is still there in enough little bits of resonance if you look for it, was the idea that we needed a health service which was genuinely public, which was genuinely equitable, and which was generally fair in the way it distributed access and service to people. Now, you'd get a lot of agreement, I think, about that being a good idea, and I'll come back to that again in concluding what I say. But those were the things that I brought in. So what did I find? What I found was a health system that was not driven by the interests of health or analysis of health issues at all. With all due respect to one of the fellows of the Public Health College that was up there before, Ashley, a very brilliant person, a very dedicated person, a very good person, but he was not running an organisation at all. He was at the ministry, doing policy work primarily, dragged into actual implementation work by some of the needs of the times in the pandemic kind of times, but nevertheless not someone who had set out really to run a national health organisation, because that wasn't in fact what he was doing. That was being run by a whole series of district health boards around the place. And the Ministry of Health was an advisor on those matters. What was running the health service then was the interests of politicians, in particular the minister, but the minister to the extent that they were influenced by other people, they were being influenced by members of parliament about their particular issues, the things that were important to them, not necessarily the things that any kind of objective or equity-based analysis of the health system would say were the most important things to be doing. And then, on top of that, the people they got to examine how that might be improved were who? People involved in the health system, people working there, people impacted by it. Oh, absolutely. They were all called EY, Ernst Young. a group of management accountants who were paid millions of dollars to analyse what was wrong and what might be done about it. Now, a couple of them had past experience, quite long past, in district health boards and those sorts of things, but they were a management consultancy. So it was approached as an issue of management consultancy. So we were then told the people who are going to be the managers for you are who? The people who are managing the old system. You have to take them all over. So you have a group of political interests, not health interests, reanalysed by a group of business consultants, and then ask the people who are running the old system to run the new system for at least a period of time until they got sick of it. And so what you found was, no surprise, you were undertaking a reform because you didn't think the things were very well managed, but you asked the people who previously managed it to manage it better under a new set of directions. And that was highly likely not to succeed. And indeed, it didn't. What you found was when you got in there was that political issues dominated the order of the day. The minister was giving instructions all the time. This is true of both. It continued to be the case. So it's true of ministers across. This is not Labor versus National. It's true of them both in equal part. They were being driven by political things. So that the board was being instructed and the chief executive of Te Whatu Ora was being instructed to make sure that there was a steady stream of announceables. I'm not joking about this. The key output of Te Whatu Ora was announceables, not health outcomes. Announceables are things that politicians can announce that you are doing or say you are doing, which make them look good. And the reason there was a large communications team in Te Whatu Ora was that was one of the main tasks that we were asked for all the time, to keep a steady stream of those things going on. I recall vividly being at Whangarei Hospital with the minister at the time, Andrew Little, and he was making an announceable about a new building. It's actually the same building that was recently announced in the budget this week. But anyway, it was an announcement, and it was in the context, and they like to talk in billions, so there was always part of $1 billion development. It's still $1 billion development, I think. Still in the never, never, not actually being built or delivering any services. And I said to Andrew, if you looked at all the health problems there are in Te Tai Tokerau today, and someone said you've got $1 billion, would you spend it on buildings in Whangarei? And he said, of course not. Nobody would do that. But that was what we were planning to do, or announcing that we were about to do. There were many ways in which $1 billion could have been better spent in Te Tai Tokerau than at Whangarei Hospital. It's not to say a new building at Whangarei Hospital is a bad idea in itself. There are lots of good ideas of things we could do about health, but we were at the time just about to finish a building not far down the road at North Shore of a new hospital building, which is now completed, but there aren't the staff to staff it. So it's empty and not working. And these things are being repeated today as they were repeated during the old system. And I'll come back to the reason for that. Now, let me tell it now. The reason's pretty obvious, isn't it? These issues are not being addressed from a health perspective. They're being addressed from other perspectives entirely. And so it's no surprise that they go wrong. As they started to go wrong, as they started to realise that it was more difficult than we were telling them to pull together 20 district health boards, that it was more difficult than they thought to pull together something like 800 IT projects across the various health boards that were going on, they started to realise that some of the things we were talking about were too difficult. And so they started to slow them down to stay within the budget that they had allocated for the amount of money. And it was difficult times. There were other things going on, obviously. But they started to slow it down. But the critical thing they started to slow down, and this is under the previous government, not the current government, the critical thing they started to slow down was the equity component, because it was the one that was causing some political issues for them. Not because it was had suddenly been a health issue and suddenly wasn't a health issue. Māori health inequity was an issue. All sorts of migrant health inequity, all sorts of rural health inequity. There were plenty of other inequities, not just the Māori one, critical as that is, central as it is. they started to back off, and I would be called into ministers' offices and told, can you stop talking about equity? Because it's causing us political problems. We need to slow it down. Again, not being driven by anything to do with health. At the same time, I was being told, because I was quite outspoken as a chair of this organisation, I actually believed the kaupapa, funnily enough. I actually believed what it said in the legislation we were supposed to be doing. I even believed in the name. Just a small digression. Te Whātua Ora as a name is now being struck out, primarily. And partly that is because they don't understand the words, and partly because they do. Te Whātua Ora is not simply a translation of Health New Zealand. In fact, it's not a translation of Health New Zealand. The way the name Te Whātua Ora was derived was not given to us by Ernst & Young, you'll be surprised to learn. The way it was derived was by us asking Māori around the motu, prominent Māori leaders around the motu, to please go away and tell us what best embodied the way of thinking about health that we should be having. And some very leading people gave quite a bit of time to that, both on their own, with their whānau, on their marae, and then together, to come up with the name Te Whātua Ora, which is not a very good translation, but the one, I'm unskilled in te reo, but the one that I use is a weaving together of the things that create health. And it seemed to me to be a very good thing to think about. If you were going to have a guiding light, people talk about a North Star for some reason these days a lot, but if you're going to have one of those things, it seemed to me Te Whātua Ora was really good because it gave the guide that you had to weave together the things that created health. And that was not simply about how you did each particular piece of health. You had to think about it in a holistic way and thinking about where ill health was coming from and the ways in which you could react to it. So when they take away a name like that, they're taking away a whole lot more. They're taking away a way of thinking about health and trying to make it just in the way it had always been, and to sort of, this is really just an industrial service providing health services to ill health that's already been created. I know that was a bit of a digression, but to me it's an important one because it comes back to the issue of why we even have a health service and what it is we expect the people leading our health service to be doing. And what the kaupapa that we were given was the weaving together of the things which create health. Now, as you probably know, and it doesn't matter if you don't because these things are irrelevant in a way, I got sacked from the role as chair of Te Whātua Ora because I was resisting that. I wasn't the only one. Sharon Shea's another name that's been mentioned here today, and there were plenty of others around who were fighting hard, in particular, Te Whātua Ora. And I want to talk about Te Whātua Ora a bit, because Te Whātua Ora was a very clumsy, very limited effort to meet obligations under Te Tiriti. And it got reluctant support from iwi around the country. And it was very reluctant support. It's important to remember this. This was not an invention by Māori for Māori, far from it. It was a reluctant effort by a government that on the face of it wanted to be honouring Te Tiriti, but when push come to shove, wasn't really sure that it did. But nevertheless, it set it up. It gave it inadequate funding. And it made the mistake of appointing people to Te Whātua Ora who actually believed in the kaupapa. And their kaupapa was to turn Te Whātua Ora into a way of operating health for Māori that would contribute not only to ending the inequities in health, but contribute to the wider community's health issues as well. And the demolition and the issues that in the previous government about Te Whātua Ora was that they consistently refused to hand over enough money to Te Whātua Ora to actually fund Māori health services. They were quite happy for it to be in Wellington, having hui, writing letters to one another, giving press releases, making announceables. The one thing they didn't want to have it do was to actually get out amongst the Māori health providers and support them. And when they tried to do that, they were always reined back in, even under the previous government. And of course, under this government, that's been accelerated, and Tāka Whaiora was taken out of commission completely. And I've said, and said it to the Waitangi Tribunal, that the real mistake this government made was not knocking over Te Whatu Ora, but that what they should have done is to replace Te Whatu Ora with Tāka Whaiora, which knew what it was doing. And if they had done that, because that was adhering to the principles of Te Whatu Ora. That's what it was trying to do. And it was obvious to anyone who toured around at the time and went and visited these, that not the only, but a locus of the innovation that was going on, a locus of the low-cost response, the holistic response to health that was going on amongst New Zealand communities, was significantly based in the iwi providers of various kinds, in Hauora Māori providers of various kinds, many of which are still going. And it's an interesting thing to me that today one of the most active places is Hauora Māori and the work that's being done by iwi. And I'll tell you something, there is no desire amongst iwi at all to go back to Tāka Whaiora. The desire amongst iwi health providers now is that they will not be trapped again in a Pākehā invention of how they should run their health system, but that they want to have more and more funding directed without the interference of the Pākehā organisations, without the interference of the Crown organisations into Māori health. And I think that's a very challenging thing for any government. It'll be challenging for the next government if it changes too. Don't you worry about that. They won't be any more happy about it than the current lot. But that strength is going to be something that's tremendously important. But what it also tells you is that if you read a debate or hear a politician talk about Te Whatu Ora these days, they will say that it was an over-enthusiastic effort to centralise health, to go from district health organisations into the centre. It was expensive, it was too much centralisation, it was all those things. The truth is it was exactly the opposite. The core of the work that Te Whatu Ora was doing, the most important part of the Te Whatu Ora work, and the part which this government has chosen to take out, is the localities concept. Because central to the whole idea that you got rid of all these 20 bureaucracies out of the health system, central to that idea was that you replaced it with something. And what it was going to be replaced with was locality-based organisations determined by local communities, setting up their own priorities of what health services should be provided in their communities, working with the people and the actual providers of health in their communities, including the hospitals and the Te Whatu Ora structure. And that, it's not that that didn't happen. It's that in 2 years, plans, groups of that kind were organised around the country, plans were developed around the country, ready for implementation, and the government didn't want to do it. It knew, and this is the previous government, it knew that in fact there was work going on at the local level to localise the delivery of health service, to define and what was needed and how it ought to be done. It knew the plans because I sent them to them. The plans were all known and actually very consistent with one another and very uncentralised and well positioned. They're all still there, all still capable of being picked up. And who's implementing them now? The people who are most closely implementing them now are the iwi Māori Partnership Boards. The iwi Māori Partnership Boards and the plans that they have developed are developing plans that look remarkably like locality plans. The reason for that is not that they're copying that or that they ask Claude or Copilot to do it for them. The reason is simply is that if you start to think about things from a health perspective, from a health services perspective, from a health needs perspective, you'll end up in that situation. You'll end up doing just what was being planned to do. And so it's fascinating to me that those are the very things that they take them away from. Two other things, and I'm not bitter about being sacked. Being sacked from Te Whatu Ora was one of the most interesting and useful things that's happened to me. But two other things. And it comes to public health, the first one. Quite early in the experience I had in Te Whatu Ora as chair, a group of people in Taranaki were fighting against the expansion of liquor outlets. And there was a political debate developing about it, which a number of politicians, I can recall Chloe Swarbrick being one, but some Labor politicians were amongst some others, strongly supporting a strengthening of the controls on liquor outlets around particularly disadvantaged communities where they were proliferating pretty much like vape shops do today. Same issue in my opinion. We won't get sidetracked onto that one. I and my board decided that we would support that after talking to our public health experts, your future, where you'll be in the future, we hope. And they all came back and said, this is a great idea. It's not the only thing we should be doing about alcohol, but it's great. We should be supporting it. So we did. It was our kaupapa. Our experts thought we should do it. So we said so. And we were told by the government to stop because it was not government policy. Now, you cannot run a health service if the health service can't act on the basis of the best health advice and the interests of communities in their own health, just because it doesn't suit a political party at some point in time. We were told to stop it. Some people actually lost their jobs in Te Whatu Ora over continuing to be outspoken, a couple of them, very brave people. I got a warning, which didn't help me later on, but but the essence of the issue was still the same, and it's what I really want to impress on you at this stage of your careers, how important it is to keep health at the main focus of your activity within the system, because if you don't, this is what happens. The thing that's fucked me getting kicked out eventually was being critical of the National Party's Three Waters policy. It was partly because they thought I called Christopher Luxon stupid, which I didn't. I said he was less stupid than the other people in his party, actually. Okay, it's a fine point, isn't it? But the issue was that they didn't think that we should be talking about water at all. Now, how can you have a health organisation, how can you have a Te Whatu Ora, which is trying to weave together all the things that make about health, which doesn't care about water? Doesn't care about where it comes from or where it goes or how it's handled or anything of those kinds. It was absolutely critical. And what we were saying is the handling of water, just as we are told it should be in health, should be Tiriti-based, was that the handling of water should be Tiriti-based. And none of the political parties seem to like that situation, but it still, to me, is crystal clear that a health organisation, people working in health services, if you're not concerned about water, what on earth are you concerned about? You can get concerned about cigarettes and alcohol and gambling and all sorts of other things that genuinely do cause ill health. They're all important, but if you're not prepared to take on water, then you are failing in the key objective. And so that's why I think it was the whole thing fell apart and was falling apart prior to the current government. And when leadership changed, and I'm not saying it was because the leadership changed, the Labor Party started to gradually edge more and more away from these things. But the essence is not those politicians. I know I sound quite political because I am. I hate them all. But I'm not meaning really to be political about it. I'm wanting to emphasise that if you set out to have a health service, if as a community we want to have good health, then you have to be prepared to take on some really strong vested interests. From the fast food retailers, to the sugar manufacturers, to the tobacco people, to the alcohol people, to the other drug people. You have to be prepared to take on these things that are causing ill health. But that's the easy part. The other thing you have to be prepared to take on are the reasons there's not good housing. The reason so many people are living in inadequate housing and having children brought up in those situations who are not only having ill health at a paediatric level, but are creating the ill health for later generations. You have to be prepared to take on housing and have a view about housing and be in favour of good, warm housing for everybody. You can't be concerned about health and not be concerned about income inequity. Because I can tell you, one of the problems about New Zealand's health service and getting it changed is that it works very well for about half the people. On the sort of income and background and class I've been from, the health service works fine. The public bits of the health service are there if anything really bad goes wrong, and there are fine people working in them with fine systems, some really tremendous things happening. I'm in a major city, so I don't have any of the rural access kind of issues. I've got the money to pay a good GP. I've got the money to switch to a specialist if I want to. I happen not to like health insurance, but I don't tell them that very often in front of mass. They do good things with some of their money. That's the important part. But for people like me, and I suspect people like many of your whānau, the system works really well, which is is the key reason I think it's so hard for us to talk about improving the health system when so many of our population only experience health as being an issue when the government wants to spend more money on it, and they think, oh, that means my taxes. And they don't want to be taxed too much for someone else's health problem, which is a critical issue that we're going to have to address. If we're going to have a healthy Aotearoa in New Zealand, then we are going to have to accept that it is not cheap to have a healthy Aotearoa in New Zealand, that we don't spend as much on health as those countries who we think do have good health, and that we don't spend it in a very intelligent way. So those are the issues that we're going to have to face up to. We don't just have to face the obvious villains of the back tobacco and all those things. We've got to do that. But we've also got to be prepared to take on the fundamental social issues which are causing the people who have so much ill health to have so much ill health. And there are many of them still coming down the track. There's an issue about aged care, which nobody wants to talk about in New Zealand. We always want to talk about superannuation and who's going to miss out on it and those kind of things. But the real issue is housing. Over half of these old people who are coming along, I'm already there, so I'm not an old person coming along, over half of these people who are old people coming along are no longer house owners. We've got all these people who are coming along into this age group who not only want superannuation but are going to need health care, they're also going to need housing because they're increasingly they're renters, not house owners. They can't do what people did and sell their house and go into a retirement home. Now, the retirement village system works very well right through from initial retirement village living to care. It works extraordinarily well for people who retire and require that sort of assistance and who own all the equity in their own home, which they can swap for that service. Again, around about half of us. There's another half who don't have that. And you tell me where the public aged care housing is being built in New Zealand. If you can find one, I'd love to go and see it. I don't think there are any. Well, there are, actually. Guess who? The iwi are increasingly diverting resources they have to provide sound, warm housing for their old people. Again, sometimes all you have to do is look at the people who are working with the people worst affected by a situation, find out what they are doing for themselves and support it. You actually didn't need to pay EY $20 million for that piece of information. Could have been done quite easily elsewhere, but it's a major challenge that we face. I'm sensing Boyd's getting slightly agitated about time. So I'm going to wind up this, but the point I want to make is, and it comes back to the consistent theme I've tried to operate, is a lot of the political debates we have around health are about the wrong thing. They're about this hospital or that hospital. They're about this drug or that drug. They're about these sorts of options, whereas the critical issue to think about when you want to think about health is to think about it in a holistic way, to think about health as the aim, not what the quality of what I call our repair shop is. I think Health New Zealand today runs itself as a repair shop. It waits for things to go wrong, and then it tries to be in place to provide repairs. And that, in my opinion, isn't a health service. And I think if we're looking for having a healthy society, it's important to have a repair service when there's a crash, but it's not the end of promoting a health service or having a healthy New Zealand. And just to round it back on population, I recently joined with Koi2, Informed Futures, Sir Peter Gluckman's research outfit. They've just produced a report on population in New Zealand. Hope no one in Health New Zealand's thinking about population. That'd be terrible, wouldn't it? One of the interesting things about New Zealand is how our population grows, what it looks like, what its components are, is pretty critically important to what sort of society we're going to be in the next period of time. New Zealand does not have a population strategy. How could that be? You have all these people sitting down in Wellington on money, building up their own property portfolio while they sit there, and they're not thinking about some of the most basic things. What sort of population should we have in New Zealand? Quite an important question. What sort of characteristics should they have? What do we know about the demography now? Quite a lot, as it happens. We know how much it's changing. We know it's changing differently in Auckland to everywhere else. But we don't have a view at any kind of a national level on where that population should be, how we should get it, why we should get it. We just truck them in when we need them, when we're short of nurses, when we're short of factory workers in South Auckland, when we're short of, well, actually it was factory workers in South Auckland that led to the Māori urbanisation, and it's factory workers in South Auckland led to the Pacific Island migrations. We truck them in when we want them. It's Filipino nurses when we want them. And yet we're not preparing our own population, we're not preparing for what it is we need to do. And for that, we need a really strong population health component of how we think about health. I'll just end on one last criticism about Te Whātua. I can only recall one occasion when I was on the board when significant issues of population health were ever addressed, because we were flooded with everything else about buildings, about clinical issues, about other things, and the population health issues were always took a back seat in the eyes of the people that were running the system. And as long as we do that, in my view, we'll never have a strong public health system in New Zealand, because if you don't think about these broad issues, if you don't incorporate them into your thinking, if they don't lead your thinking, then in fact you'll just be a repair service about which everyone whinges about the cost, and we never make any progress. So good luck in your careers. I hope a lot of you take it up, because it's the most exciting part of the world that you could live in. It's the biggest contribution that you could possibly make. There are warm, comfortable careers ahead for you if you choose that, and there are some really rewarding, difficult, but really important careers if you choose that line, and I hope plenty of you choose that line. Thank you.
All right, that's not going to work. Oh, it takes a minute, does it? All right, I'll wait for that to crank up. Hey, thanks very much indeed, Rob. You've taken these guys, we're talking about the determinants of health. You've taken them right to the bottom of the system, which is political. So the political determinants of health. Now, I don't know how many of you followed the things that Rob was talking about while you had your head down in second year medicine or whatever, you know, the PHI legislation and Te Aka Whaiaro and all those sort of things that kind of happening out there or down in Wellington somewhere. But I hope you can see how important they are, or they have been, and they will continue to be. So I'm going to throw this open for questions. I hope the people online, if you've got a question, put it in what the Q&A is it, or in the chat. Put it in the chat if you're online. You've got one of the experts who's seen the issues right from the very top at the governance level. Someone who's prepared to say his mind and have an opinion about stuff, as you've heard. So now's your chance to get any questions out. So Anne will keep an eye on the chat, and I'll take any questions from people here. Don't be afraid.
What's the solution?
Here's a nice simple question.
What's my solution? Well, it won't come from me. That's the short answer is, you know, this is an old Pākehā man who spent most of his life in big business or in big government organisations. So I can talk to people, I can show you some of the things that happen there. But I think it would be wrong if it'd be pretty unusual if I was able to provide a solution. So, having said that, to me, and this is not a solution, to me, there's one fundamental thing that we have to do right now, and that is to support and increase our public health services. I fear that Jack referred to Kaitiaki Hauora, which is a loose organisation of health organisations working to support three things. One is support the public system, secondly, increase the funding to that public system, and thirdly, make sure that it's treaty-based. So those are the three things that we've decided to campaign on, and that comes out not of me, but out of about 20-odd health organisations who share that view and that kaupapa. The reason I think that's important is that for all the faults of the public health system, there are also enormous strengths. And if you're going to address inequities in that system, it is much more likely to be addressed from the public system than it is from the parts of the system who are there to make money. Now, I don't have any problem with making money. I mean, I'm a bit of a hypocrite, but I'd be a bigger hypocrite if I spent the whole life in business and didn't think anyone should make any money. So I'm not opposed to people making money. It's a matter of acknowledging that the people who are investing in health to make money do not necessarily have the same priorities as the people who are most affected by inequities. So I think my only hesitancy about that is amongst the private providers, there is some genuinely good innovation going on that is not going on in the public system, but it's only not going on in the public system because it's not funded to go on in the public system. It's not organised to go on in the public system. And where the public system does set up community clinics, where it does set up those sorts of services, then it's lasting, it's good, it's got correct standards and those kind of things. So I think one of the things that people like me who are critical of a lot that happens in the public system have got to be very careful of is not continuing to undermine that public system, to undermine further public faith in the system, that if you can get to the services that Health New Zealand now provides, the quality is genuinely pretty good. So, but supporting the public system, I think, is critically important there. I think the Te Reti issue is critically important. So those are the two to me. The Te Reti issue and public health are interesting to mesh together because there is an argument that iwi-based health services are private. They're not private in the sense that they charge appropriately or charge at all in many instances, but they're seen as private because they are representing a particular group and coming from a particular perspective. And indeed, because they can't get cooperation or can't get the assistance that they want, many iwi organisations are turning to private providers to partner with to provide adequate services. And I don't blame them for that, and I think we have to be flexible about that. You know, if we're not going to provide, if you take Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei here, who are in a partnership with Tend now for GP services, and they went through an insurance experience as well, they're reaching out trying to find ways in which they can provide their kind of health service to their people and to others. You don't have to be part of that iwi to go there. That's only because the public system won't support them. And if the public system won't support them, then they will naturally go to private sources of funding and expertise. So I think the two do go together, but you've got to recognise that when you say public, you are probably going to include some iwi services and other community services as well. There are some pretty interesting experiments going on amongst some of the Indian communities and amongst some of the Pacific Island communities as well that you could see as being private, but in the end, if they're going to grow and be sustained, will need to be sustained publicly. So to me, those are the critical things. But you know, I just don't have the expertise to know which services should be most provided.
Great question. And you did talk a little bit about the public, and we do have a dual system here, and the kind of efficiencies and ways to get rid of waiting lists and all that sort of thing is always put up as a real value of the private sector. And so what is the problem with expanding private healthcare in this country? Why is that a problem? Why is Kaitiaki Haora against that as a system of healthcare delivery?
Well, for some of us, it's probably just deeply embedded political ideology, but it is in fact more than that. It is about sustainability and about inclusivity. That is the two things that a public provision can provide. And I mean, I find it quite fascinating, that take GPs at the moment. I think GPs are an excellent example of what happens if you decide that you're going to provide something. This is controversial, I'm sorry. I think that GPs themselves are a great example of what happens if you decide you're going to have private provision, which happened in 1938 when the Social Security Act was brought into being. And the initial proposition was that general practitioner services would be provided by the public health system. And it was strongly opposed by the British Medical Association, which at that time represented the doctors in New Zealand, who wanted to have private provision of general practices. And since then, we've had that, and the state has never really provided community clinic or other general practice kind of facilities. We found different ways, low-income clinics and all these, we found different ways, but it's always had to funnel through a private business operation, which has been incredibly inefficient. And when it doesn't work, when it doesn't produce enough income for those people, they go. And the business closes, which is why we don't have so many general practices around at the moment. And we will, I tell you what, we will end up filling them with public clinics of some kind, or we'll have a terrible health situation in many of our communities. But it's a great example, even though we love GPs and all the service they provide and those things, the critical problem with our GP services is precisely that they were privatised. I'll tell you what, the same thing's happening with midwives too. If you look at that, we privatised midwives, and now midwife services operate best where it's best for the midwives to operate, not where the need is greatest. We did the same thing with hospital pharmacies. To be more efficient, we brought in hospital pharmacy. We privatised a whole lot of them, and now we're finding that they don't work, that there are enormous inefficiencies in the private system. And the great thing about capitalism and private enterprise is actually not efficiency. It's simply about incentives. And incentives do work, and they do produce activity, and they do produce sometimes very good services, but they will only do that as long as the return is there to the people involved. And you want to put our health in that, all of our health in that situation? All the examples we have of that happening are not good for health.
Yeah, same is true for dentistry. My father was part of the New Zealand Dental Association and railed for years about trying to keep it being a public service, because he said that the government will pay you and they give you great fees to start with, and then they won't raise them for 20 years, and therefore your income will go down.
And we'll have the teeth we've got now.
And we'll have the teeth we've got now. Well, that wasn't part of his arguments.
Yeah. But amongst the young people, incidentally, thank you for raising that, because my friend Max Harris from Free Dental for All knew I'd had a captive audience of young doctors and hadn't mentioned his campaign for free dental care for all, he would shoot me. So thanks for rescuing me from that.
All right, any other questions? Yeah, thanks. Okay, just for those online, we're looking for some personal advice about where to go in their careers. Is that the gist of it? About
more we can do to help, I guess.
Right, what you can do to help within your careers, yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing about the health services, and it must look this way from your point of view too, is that the needs are everywhere. So it would be silly to say, don't try and be an orthopaedic surgeon, because there are more important things than that. We need people to do all of these kinds of roles. To me, the most important thing is not your selection of specialty, It's that you carry into your specialty a public health perception, a public health perspective, a whole of health perspective. If you can carry that in, and look, many clinicians do right through their careers. To me, that's the most important thing. I don't think I wouldn't advocate that everyone here goes out and becomes a public health specialist. We need the lot. The critical thing is that each of the people that is educated and working as a clinician carries that genuine public health, I think, Te Whatuora, not as an organisation but as a name, carries that perception into their work. And that'll change those professions as well. That'll be a bit of a challenge for the colleges. You got me going on the colleges and their role as a sort of privilege protection racket. We could have another long session here, but there are problems of that kind, and the main thing is just to carry that kaupapa through, I think.
Yeah, I think that is actually the main message from this whole week, is to give that vision, to give that view of what population health looks like, because at the moment, and as you go through your specialty training, you'll be hyper-focused on all those things you need to do really well in your clinical space. And then after you get that expertise and you begin to lift your head above the parapet and saying, why are these people coming in with diabetes or alcohol-related problems or injuries or something like that you're dealing with the whole time, and you'll see the population health side. So carrying that view with you throughout your career, I think, is exactly as you say what the ask is. Any other questions? Okay. Yep. Oh, you got one online? Yep.
In hindsight, is it more important to stay in the room where decisions are made or remain principled?
Look, we need people to do both. Some people are fortunate enough to be in the situation I was, where I don't care if I get sacked from a role. And we should have more people in that situation who take on leadership roles, who aren't there for the money or the position or anything, who will stick to the kaupapa. So I think we need more good leaders, but we also need people who will stay and work in the system and try and do the little bits that they can. But that's irrelevant if there's not some people advocating strongly for the genuinely important things. So I don't think it's one or the other, really. You just need a ready supply of people who don't care.
They need to care about some things, but not that. You mean? Okay, just to be clear. Okay, last question.
Just really quickly, do you have any recommendations on, because we get a bit caught up with, as you mentioned, like medicine and that how to get out of your car as well. Do you have any recommendations on resources that might help us keep the main thing maintained? Just to focus on the medicine as opposed to the whole.
The resources for keeping your eye on the main game.
Yeah. Well, I do have a view about that. Your university, I shouldn't say this across the road from my own university, should I? But your university work is really important, and it's really important that you do it well and you become the best that you can be at whatever the thing you're taking on is. And it is very time consuming. But if you can possibly do it, I think allying the work you do as a student with community groups working in the health area is both good for maintaining your view on the wider kaupapa, but also will be good for you in your profession. And there are tremendous opportunities around there. I mean, everyone's screaming out for people to help. So I think if you can put even a few hours a week into something in community health service, it would be good for you and certainly good for that.
Kia ora, what a great way to finish, because they're going to be visiting agencies in the community for the next week, and I think it'll be an eye-opener. Most students really get a great kick out of meeting those agencies and understanding what they're doing, and I think getting engaged with them is fantastic. Rob, listen, thank you so much. If this group didn't know that health and medicine was political, they do know it now. And you've taken them, as I said, right deep into the system, which is at its essence political, from which come the policies and the funding, and from those mindsets right at the bottom. Thank you for being outspoken and for speaking your mind. I think that's really critical, and we've heard some real insights. There's still a lot of questions, like I was asked over here, about what the solutions are, and we go through this kind of centralisation, peripheralisation, and health systems do that, trying to find the right way. But I think you've given us some great directions about where the solutions are to be found, and I hope that this group will pick up on those suggestions this week and look deep into the wider system at where some of the solutions might be. So thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks.
Sure. All right, kia ora koutou. See you at 11. All right, kia ora. Welcome back, guys. Now, Debbie Kim, is Debbie, where's Debbie? That's you. Okay, all right, thanks, Debbie. You're going to be introducing Nina. Nina came flying in a bit late last time, but anyway. Righto, folks, this session is a panel presentation, and the whole purpose of this session is to hear from clinicians who operate in their clinical practice and operate in the population health space as well. And the end of the discussion that we had from Rob about, you know, what can doctors do to deal with the wider population health problems, and the response that we had was about being attuned to the wider determinants of health and use your roles as really important people in society whose voice counts to be able to stick up and stand up for population health solutions to these societal problems that we seem to create and that come rolling through our clinic doors and our hospital doors. So what's really valuable about this session is to hear from people who go back and forth between the clinical and the population world, to hear some of the things that they do, their views on how this interface between clinical and population health works and how they experience it. So we're going to start off with Sarah is going to introduce Dr. Rawiri Jensen. So come on up, Sarah, and let's get Rawiri running. Okay.
Kia ora everyone. Today I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Rawiri Jensen. Dr. Jensen's career has been dedicated to improving Māori health and advancing health equity. Before graduating from medical school at the University of Auckland in 2001, he was a teacher of Te Reo Māori and an activist, advocating for causes including Māori language and land rights. Since then, he has worked as a GP, clinical teacher, and leader across several Māori health organisations. His contributions include school-based rheumatic fever prevention initiatives, COVID-19 health resources for Māori, and the publication of his very own Māori medical phrasebook. We are very fortunate to have him here with us today, so please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Rawiri Jensen.
Kia ora. Kia ora tātou. Tēnei au he uri no Ngāti Henerangi, Ngāti Raukawa, Rawiri McCree Jensen. I'm a GP and a health activist. And so I graduated from Auckland University in year 2000. But that was my second time at med school. So I went to Otago University. I'm named in the Senate. Named in the Senate means I can never enrol at Otago University again. There's a flagpole involved. 1984, it was Waitangi Day and our activism was chopping down of course you fucking chop down the flagpole, you know what I'm saying. It's Waitangi Day. What are you going to do? You're going to chop down the flagpole. So I dropped out of med school in Otago and I worked as a teacher, primary school teacher for years, then came back to med school at Auckland and graduated year 2000. That's a world record, that is a Commonwealth record, that's an Olympic record, 20 years to get my medical degree. And none of you should try and beat that. Just fucking graduate, all right? And so I always wanted to be a GP. I love being a GP. It's joy. You know, the pleasure of seeing a patient who wants confirmation that they're pregnant and supporting them through their pregnancy and their baby's born, and we're looking after this baby with all the regular sorts of things that go on, and sometimes some of the unusual things that go on, and we get them immunised, and the kid grows up. And then at the other end of life, being there to talk with somebody about this diagnosis is likely to be their terminal illness, and holding their hand as they go through their final stage, and supporting their whānau to be there, to be present and do the things they want to do. So, from beginning to end, that's a pretty remarkable opportunity, and I'd love you all to be GPs if you want to be. I hated surgery. Surgery was shit. I was standing and holding a retractor for 4 hours. It sucks. It really is boring. And some of my best friends are surgeons. I'm joking. The question is, do you have the personality defect to be a surgeon? No. Okay, look, I've made some bullet points here. I've got 5 points I want to make. Now, my uncle was the first Māori surgeon. How about that? Rue Douglas. He was a ear, nose and throat surgeon. And so we come from a marae just out of Matamata. More Māori doctors have come from that one hapu than any other hapu in the country. Well, that's a contest between us and the Walkers. Whakatoa here. But all of that's pretty recent, eh? You got to look to essentially this century before we start achieving demographic proportionality of entry into med school and demographic proportionality of graduation from med school. So that in itself is a really remarkable contribution, and I honour and acknowledge those who created that, including Colin Mantell. He got fuck the king, I'm not a royalist, but he deserved a New Zealand honour, right? And the others that have contributed to getting us to a place where we, I think now, have a reasonable expectation that the graduates from med school should be able to serve the Māori community, right? And so that's kind of a responsibility on all of you. And it's kind of a responsibility on the med school to make sure that they are recruiting and retaining and building that Māori medical workforce. And so that's underway. And so in my lifetime, I think, fuck yeah, that's deadly. Okay, so cool, right. Anyway, I prepared some slides. Nah. You did slides, eh, brother? How many slides have you got? 5, that's good, all right. I got 5 dot points. We don't call them bullet points anymore. So following on from what Rob was talking to you about. And so my first point, and I know you're either recording this, deadly, thanks for recording this. Heart emoji to the techie guys. The consultation room is a political space. And so every clinical encounter reflects upstream decisions, right? And so in that introduction, thanks Sarah, the rheumatic fever stuff, if we want to address rheumatic fever, we must do it in Auckland, right? The epicentre of the epidemic of acute rheumatic fever is South Auckland, right? And so, yes, we have to do things in all of the communities that are at risk of it, but mostly that will be in the North Island. Mostly that will be in communities that are brown and poor. Mostly that'll be in whānau that are overcrowded, right? So housing is really important in health, and as clinicians, we have to be honest. We have to tell the truth about that, right? So cold, wet, damp housing is a risk for asthma and respiratory illnesses and all that. Overcrowding is a risk for acute rheumatic fever. So in South Auckland, we have the most concentration of overcrowded houses. And so if I want to do something about acute rheumatic fever, yes, I have to work with all the clinicians and make sure that you're doing the right thing and sore throats are being appropriately managed, right? So if it's, I wrote the Heart Foundation guideline many years ago, and it goes like this. If you're brown in the North Island, treat sore throats. Brackets, swabbing is optional. right? Which if you read the Heart Foundation guidelines, that's what it says now. If you're brown and live in the North Island, treat sore throats. Now, if you can do the swab and get that done in time, and you know that you can respond to a positive result in time, fine, do the swab. But actually, you should treat and then ring them up and say, your swab's negative, you can stop those antibiotics. Right? So that's one thing. I want all the clinicians to do a good job of managing sore throats in Māori and Pacific communities. And we have to address the upstream issues. We're not going to solve acute rheumatic fever unless we engage with communities and unless we build enough houses and unless we have less overcrowding. That's what we have to do. And if you're a paediatrician and you wanted to address all that respiratory disease shit, you have to do something about cold, damp, housing. Hell yeah. And I'm drawing a little bit of a distinction between those, cold, damp, because the pathology associated with that is not the same thing that's driving acute rheumatic fever, unless and until the reason why everybody's sleeping in the lounge is because there's a broken window. It's too cold to sleep in the bed. Fix the fucking window, people. Yeah, that's what we should be doing. We should have WINS, or we should have Housing New Zealand, or we should have grants that make sure whānau are warm, dry, safe, and not crowded. Okay, so as a clinician, you can either just do Band-Aids all the time, or you can solve this problem. I'm just saying to you, I think we've got a responsibility to be in and solving the problem. So that was bullet point 1. Bullet point 2 is population data without equity disaggregation is fiction. Yeah? If you look at the average for the whole country, you will miss the story, right? So you have to disaggregate by ethnicity. Right? That's a necessary precondition to understanding health needs in this country. Right? So if you go, life expectancy in Aotearoa New Zealand for women is it 87? It's been 87 for what? We've got a better number? Come on, somebody give me a better number. It's 87-ish. All right? But not for Māori. So unless you recognise the Māori nation, you are going to miss some really important truths about our health system. So Māori die younger, and depending on which part of the country, Northland is, because of the deprivation, that gap is much larger. Old white folks go and retire in Northland, and they do fabulously well, and they live until their big 80s and 90s, and okay, all that's deadly. But Māori in Northland are poor, lots of deprivation, lots of poor housing, lots of unemployment or underemployment. And so the reality, if we want to improve our life expectancy as a nation, we have to address Māori health, right? The best way to improve the nation's life expectancy is actually to address Māori health. Bullet point 2. 3, continuity of care is a population health intervention. And as a GP, I think there's a narrative which goes around that privileges the role of GP, and we talk about continuity of care, and what most GPs are talking about is the GP relationship, and that's not what I mean, right? The evidence around continuity of care is not that compelling if that's what you're measuring. And in New Zealand, in Aotearoa New Zealand, we don't have good evidence that says continuity of care, that relationship with the GP is associated with better health outcomes for Māori. Because frankly, we don't have that. We don't have access to this mythical continuity of care. So that's not what I'm talking about, right? Because if you're going to go on that, what you're getting is you're privileging that part of the system, which is mostly owned by GPs. Yeah? Primary care in this country is mostly privately owned, right? And lots of my GP colleagues are fundamentally interested in getting health resources into their pocket. Yeah? So, and you go, well, show me the evidence for that. So look into GPNZ, General Practice New Zealand. Look into GenPro, which represents general practice owners. They are fundamentally interested in funding to GPs. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm interested in is that we have continuity of care where you have a healthcare team, right? So if you've had acute rheumatic fever and you've been getting your monthly injections, eventually you become an adolescent and maybe you're working part-time in a different part of Auckland, and so I want a care team that looks after that challenge. I want that young person to be able to go, you know what, I can't be here on Monday, the first Monday of every month, so you can give me this fucking injection. I'm actually working out in West Auckland. We go, we've got you, right? The team has got you. Normally John does your injection, but John's not available today. Juanita is, and Juanita knows about what's going on between you and John and how John worked hard to get that relationship so that you get your monthly injection. And Juanita's going to get it sorted so that we can get you with your injection. I was timing it. So I was going to leave time for questions. I'm two-minded about questions. You've been to that conference and they go, there are no dumb questions. There's fucking dumb questions. There's definitely dumb. There's no wrong answer. I'm telling you, there's fucking wrong answers. There's definitely, I've heard them. So I'm in two minds about whether or not we have time for questions. But if you've got one, I'll honestly ignore it if it's a dumb question and just say something else I want to say. Bullet point 4. Dot point 4. So community as a partner in healthcare, right? So acute rheumatic fever, we've got to engage with communities to make that change. I'm also Chief Clinical Officer for Tū Whare Toa Iwi Māori Partnership Board. So Tū Whare Toa is a tribe in the central North Island around Lake Taupo. Really unique. I'm not from Tū Whare Toa. It's my pleasure to serve the Tū Whare Toa nation. But they believe that they are a tribal nation, right? They don't talk about tribal members. It's not a membership fucking society. It's a nation. Tū Whare Toa is a nation, right? And so the IMPB is saying, what do we need to do to understand what are the health needs of our people? What are our people saying about what the health system has to deliver? And Tū Whare Toa IMPB has to then act in the interests of the nation. Tū Whare Toa also has to act in the interests of all of the manuhiri who have come, because as a tribe, they've got a responsibility to look after everybody, all right? So I think that we have a responsibility. So if you're a GP in a community, I want you to engage with the community authentically. And mostly that's going to be about listening, which many doctors are not that good at. Drop the mic. I want to just go back to the political thing. You're going to be asked to be neutral. And I think neutral is complicit. I'm not asking you to be neutral, I'm asking you to be advocates. Advocates for your patients, advocates for whānau that you work with, advocates for community, advocates for this nation, that if we want to go places, we have to do a really great job of looking after Māori. All right, any questions?
Yeah, what this guy said is wrong. It's there are no dumb questions. I don't want him to put you off. Any particular questions for Rawiri, or have a think about them, and we'll have a decent question time at the end. All right, let's move on. Oh, you want water? Okay, let's move on and let's get Sam Looker. Come and introduce Owen Sinclair. Thanks. You're getting a fair dose of politics today, aren't you guys?
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to now introduce Dr. Owen Sinclair. He's a general paediatrician at Waitakere Hospital, an honorary senior lecturer here at the university, and a leading advocate for child health equity in New Zealand. Owen also holds a Master's in Public Health, focusing on the progress of ethnic inequities in child health, especially around pertussis mortality and morbidity. He's currently co-chair of the National Immunisation Task Force and the first Māori president of the Paediatric Society of New Zealand. Alongside this national leadership and advocacy work, Owen's a keen fisherman, gardener, an avid cook, and a proud husband and father of two. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Owen Sinclair.
Kia ora tātou. Yeah, it'd be great if you could put them up. Ko on taka wingwa, ko te raro te iwi, ko rata haora tamariki ahau. I feel like I know some of you quite well. I've seen you on the wards and done a lecture, and so I sat in the same place as you did not that long ago. I feel I was a bit late to everything. The sort of thing, I didn't do medicine till I was 23. I was an engineer before that. Late to that, and I was a bit late to being a Māori. I didn't meet my Māori whānau till I was quite old, and now I'm obsessed with being on time. I got in trouble with the cooking this weekend at Rawiri. I cooked a meal for my friends, and it got so full. Everyone got so full they sort of collapsed and everything like that. So it was a bit weird. So for my sins, in my class, when Rawiri came back to medical school, we got Rawiri, and it was really good. You know, it was great. It was there. He never said a thing or agitated or anything, but it was cool. Anyway, so some of you have seen certain parts of this thing, and I'm going to try to slightly change the because I'm frontline clinician. That you try and change the thing wise. So talking about public health, but it'd be very similar themes, but why public health is considered when you see patients, or they're going to be for me children, because I don't know anything about adult medicine anymore, why it's important to consider public health things. Where we go, my slide says, what any of you have been on the wards in Waitakere or even Auckland or Birimore, it's hard not to notice all the sick kids are brown and poor. And why is that? The sort of thing like this. And so that's the question I'm asking here. And so this slide, it's an older slide. I love the data. I'm famous for doing the data, but it's still relevant. And it shows, so that we're going to start with the thing on the left here, which shows the effect of one of the population-based health, which is poverty. And this is the stuff, and how it affects clinical medicine and how sick people are. So it's pneumonia. And the number, the third column across, which is the relative rate, shows that. So 1 is rich, 10 is poor, and you can see that you're 4.5 times more likely to be admitted to hospital if you're poor with pneumonia and with serious pneumonia. And that's not just with pneumonia, it's not just for children. That is a constant fact throughout the world for every single disease that occurs. So poverty sucks. It is the single largest preventable cause of disease and mortality in the world. The problem with poverty is that it's not a given. It is a completely political construct. There is enough money in the world for everyone to be wealthy, happy, and survive. The problem is when 3 people have $1 trillion, would it only cost $2 billion to feed every single child in Africa for 2 years, like this sort of stuff? There's a problem. And that has been created. And the problem with that is neoliberalism, this thing. And you guys have never known anything else but neoliberalism. It came through Margaret Thatcher and all that sort of stuff, and you've had it. And people say neoliberalism isn't working. Neoliberalism is working. It's working for the people who designed it and the people who took for it. And it's really annoying, because when I first started medical school, we had no fees. I had a bursary, and in that bursary, I could afford beer, I had a house, I had all these sorts of things. And then all these people who had had the benefit of that, who became rich, decided that was stupid, even though they got the benefit. So now all you guys have got massive student debts and all that sort of stuff. And it's taking the money from you. In Australia, who has massive mineral and chemical wealth, they get more money from student loans and tax deals than they do from petrochemical royalties. How ass about face is that? And they tried to change it to make it 25%. And everyone said, if you do that, the companies will go away. But no, they got Norway in. And Norway said, what did you do? We said, we made the tax 78%. No one left. And it's just stupid. And this is neoliberalism. Poverty is a completely created construct. It structs, if you're poor, it makes you sick. And that's the reason you've got to know that is, and I'll talk about that later on in the talk, you need to know how poor someone is when they're in front of you when you're trying to treat them for disease. They're much more likely to have a serious disease, and I can ask you questions how you do that. But you can't just treat people the same. They come in with a different stratified depending on their poverty. The next one, I think the same slide, is we got the one down the bottom right, is ethnicity, and you can see that if you're Māori, you're twice as likely, and if you're Pacific, you're 5 times more likely to come to hospital. Interestingly enough, it's harder for you to get in and you get sent home quicker, but that's another completely different talk. We've talked about the other one. So that's the second factor. And I try and put these ethnicity matters in Aotearoa. It's not a benign thing. It's not aggregated data. We've tried this, the political forces at the moment who are trying to deny that this is actually reality. But you guys have worked on the wards. You know what happens on the wards. They're poor brown people. It's not poor, rich white people who are sitting there. And so your sickness and your illness pattern is completely different in New Zealand depending on what ethnicity it is. Ethnicity itself is not a risk factor. It's how ethnic groups exist in society in New Zealand, and the amount of stuff that they have is the problem. And so, as you said, I'm in charge of immunisation in New Zealand. You can see I'm not doing a great job, am I? So we didn't start doing immunisation in 2009. We did something really good. It got better. And then something happened right starting with C, ending with D. And we pleaded with people not to destroy childhood immunisations. But everyone was scared. I don't know if you remember. People were genuinely fearful that we were all going to die and criticised. So they dismantled the program that was getting children. We saw this massive decline. And so, for example, we're now not back. We're at the lowest levels we've ever been still. But you can see there's a massive ethnic gradient in vaccine coverage by ethnicity. And it's even more stark in the 6-month data, which is much more important. So you can see the 6-month data never really improved, and it's train track straight. So if you've got a 6-month-old child in front of you, the most accurate question you can ask to determine their completed immunisation status is say, what ethnicity are you? And you see 2 factors. So poverty definitely is. So Māori and Pacific are the lowest groups, but Māori and Pacific are about the same socioeconomic status, and they're the lowest. But you can see Māori is about 20% lower than Pacific, and that's the effect of colonisation in New Zealand. And it's dramatic, and you look at it and you go, oh, crikey, that's not very good. And also that this has not changed over time. It's also a sign of rigid systems that don't treat people equally. They don't see the need and all that sort of stuff. So how does that work? How do we combine it together? So we didn't include in this talk, but this is, Northland is one of my areas that I'm supposed to be improving on immunisation health. And you can see this is the DHB areas, whatever you call them now, ranked by thing. And you can see that Tito Tokoro and Northland is the lowest, pretty much the lowest for everything. But it's not more complex than that. So why is it like that? So this is Cameron Grant's great study that he did while growing up in New Zealand. I don't know, it's just Cameron. Boyd might have been involved as well. I don't know, okay. Anyway, they tracked. So they asked the whole heap of hapu mama whether you were going to immunise your child, and that's the intentions down here. That's the bottom right one. And almost everyone did, but you can see depending on your ethnicity, the completion rates changed completely. It didn't change at all for Asian, but it was down to 85% for Māori, and this is about 10,000 people. And in the top right-hand corner, we can see the effect of poverty on immunisation outcomes, and that the most deprived group, so people who are poor, down with illness, they see it all the time. And if you're going to say, do you want a health intervention? And one of the reasons they're poor is because they don't get health interventions. They're going to say, hell yeah, we want the intervention. So they were actually the highest intention to immunise, but at 5 months, they were the lowest completion rates. So how does this relate to Northland's, the Northland region and why it's so low? So we can see that Northland region has by far the highest rate of childhood deprivation in Aotearoa, by a long way, but much more than anyone else. And then their demographic is completely different to Waitemata, where I work. And so it's almost, 61% Māori, where it's only 18% in Waitemata, and we've got a very large Asian population who are by far the best things. So it's completely different. So this is how, and this would happen in all diseases in Northland as well. So that the combination of poverty, ethnicity is a complete multiplier. And you need to know this stuff when you're treating patients, when you see them. You can't do it blindly. And so Māori, like this sort of stuff, so it's not that Māori are inherently vulnerable to disease, but Māori have much lower socioeconomic status. A country came from overseas, signed a treaty with them saying you can have all your stuff, and then 4 years later started taking it off them systematically. And that process continues to today. And so Māori are now over two-thirds of Māori live in the lowest 3 deciles. Again, it's old data, and that's because they haven't been able to do a decent census because they tried to do it online, and of course poor people don't have access to online like everyone else. So how does this play out properly, combining immunisation and ethnicity? So every 3.7 years we have an epidemic of pertussis. It's just the nature of the illness and the disease that goes on. The last one is unfortunately just coming to an end, but it was a Māori epidemic this year. 62% of all the admissions, absolute number, not proportion, of under one who were admitted to hospital with pertussis and Aotearoa in the last epidemic were Māori. Not just that. And you can see the difference. See, there was 125 Māori, but there was only 4 Asian. So you can see the factors here, how they play out and how they relate to actual disease and actual stuff. So that's the thing. It's not a theoretical thing. These things are not nice to knows when you're on the thing. And we can see rheumatic, so all of the really awful diseases, like the absolute shame. We should actually, why haven't we treated? Other countries have got rid of rheumatic fever. Why haven't we? And I think that's a political decision because it doesn't exist in Pākehā populations, whereas overseas, so in the 50s and the 60s in the UK and the USA, rheumatic fever existed in the sort of rates we see here now, but it didn't exist in ethnic communities. It existed across the board, and they got rid of it. Why haven't we? It's a very uncomfortable question that everyone just turns their head and looks the other way, trying to work out why it is. So I would suggest to you that when you're moving forward in your thing, if you want to treat your patients well, you need to know their socioeconomic status to actually stratify them whether they need to come in here. The really sad thing in New Zealand is that it's not that we don't, in the medical thing, we're talking about doctors in the medical system in general. Not only do we turn the other way, we don't ask the question, and even when we do ask the question, we send that the children and adults who are poor and brown get less stuff than that sort of stuff. It's not a joke. It's absolutely, and every time you do a study on it, on interventions and things, it's really important. So this stuff matters. When you're trying to stratify the patient in front of you, you need to know their socioeconomic status, and I can tell you how to do that. It's not actually very hard. And you need to know their ethnicity if you're trying to make clinical decisions about what you're going to do. Kia ora.
Why don't you just tell us now about that little tip about finding out their socioeconomic status when they're sitting in front of you?
Sure. So it's actually relatively simple, isn't it? So if you have more money, what do you have? You got more stuff. It's simple. So you got to ask them about stuff. So let's say my house, or I'm a very wealthy house, I have 4 cars for 3 drivers. One of them is a 25-year-old sports car. Poor people only have 1 car for 8 people. Lots of stuff. And what the relevance of that is that the one person who's got the car is the person who's going off to earn money to pay for the food and rent, which means that the family can't take the children to the GP. So the other things you got to ask them about phone, you can ask them a simple question, do you have a phone? When was the last time you changed your number? Does everyone know why poor people change their numbers all the time? Because you go and they cycle from free plan to free plan about every 3 months, and you can't port your number with free plans. That's the thing. Ask about their house, overcrowding, nice simple question. So tell me about your house, tell me about your whare, how many people live in it. You just got to ask them about the stuff they have. You don't say, are you poor? The other one, the other sad thing in Aotearoa is you can just look at their address. So if they live in Ranui or Swanson, out where I am, they're poor. If they live in Manarewa or whatever. If they live in Browns Bay, they're not. So those sorts of things. So these are the ways you can do it. It's not actually that hard to work it out. We all know where poor people live. We all know what they look like. We all know what they don't have. And you just got to ask about those questions.
Kia ora, thanks. Owen, you want a bit of water?
Oh, sure, mate.
Yeah.
Anything stronger?
Yeah, nothing stronger at this stage. Okay, all right. Thanks for that. All right, we'll take, I hope you're thinking up your questions for these panellists. Now, we have absolute pleasure. Nina Sue has been on night duty, so she's come in this morning. Thank you very much indeed, Nina, for that. And Debbie Kim is going to introduce you. Do you want this, or do you want by behind here? Okay.
Kia ora everyone. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Nina Sue. She's a paediatrician and passionate advocate for healthcare worker wellbeing. Through her podcast, Revolving Door Syndrome, she has become a thoughtful voice on the bigger picture challenges and opportunities facing healthcare in Aotearoa, New Zealand. We're delighted to have her with us today. Thank you.
Wow, it's hard to follow these two guys. Still working on my public speaking, but if you guys could put your laptops away, put your phones away. I've got absolutely no slides and you don't have to keep any notes. I just want you guys to listen and a bit of attention. So kia ora tātou, ko Nina Su toka wengoa, haere mai. Hi, I'm Nina and welcome to, I guess is still the morning. So what is morning and nighttime when you're on shift work, hey? So I'm a pediatric and emergency doctor and host of the Revolving Door Syndrome podcast. Also, I was a previous candidate for the Opportunity Party in the 2023 general election. So I did some of these extracurricular activities because apparently I have too much free time. But mainly, I was quite interested in the interplay between socioeconomic factors and child health, seeing that every day in pediatrics. And I kind of wanted to do something about that and spread the word and have some more interesting conversations that people might not hear. And the topics I'm actually going to talk about today, probably topics that don't get talked about in medical school, at least not in my day. And none of you guys would have heard of this, except for Boyd, who was also here last year. So I'm currently working in Middlemore ED, which is quite distant from public health or population health, which is why you guys are here today. But it's somewhere where you can see really clearly how the effects of poverty and lack of access to health and education affect child and adult health outcomes. But that's not like the whole story. There's actually quite a bit that's going on that I think is quite different today. Because, something's obviously not going right in the Western world and how we do healthcare at the moment. Like, it's clear that whatever we're doing is failing because people are living longer, but are we living better? I don't think so. Modern scientific research has given us novel pharmaceuticals and medical technology allowing us to do more, but actually, are we living any healthier? There's a significant separation between, what we're expected to achieve at the bedside and what we can actually achieve. At a population level, sort of the gains of our, latest scientific interventions are really just amounting to rounding errors. So more focus is on the next immunotherapy or anti-diabetic medicine, but actually, less so on the actual lifestyle factors that could reverse metabolic syndrome. It's been said before that health is this endless money black hole where you can just put more and more and more money into it, but see no change. And the more I work in health, actually, the more I see that happening, because the interventions that would actually improve health outcomes cannot be done by the healthcare system itself. Just having more doctors, nurses, and a bigger pharmac budget is not going to fix the consequences of poor housing, income, environment, education, and individual lifestyle choices. The healthcare system can't actually be expected to fix the issues that are caused by factors that are far more upstream than how healthcare is provided. And what I actually want to talk about is that some of the biggest issues facing health are social media, artificial intelligence, and the lack of trust in our institutions. As a millennial, I grew up in the internet age. We kind of thought that, if everyone was going to have more access to more information, we're all going to be more intelligent. Do you guys think that's true, though? Yeah, didn't think so. And I don't know if you guys have this experience, but the more anyone has interactions with social media, you kind of see that we're actually not living in the same, shared reality. Anyone who's on social media has experienced what it's like to go down this rabbit hole of doom scrolling, right? Like 1 minute you're just watching some videos about a healthy recipe, something to cook yourself on a weekday, and next minute you're down this rabbit hole of, watching extreme diets like carnivore diets and all fruit diets. And, for anyone who's actually thinking that, we shouldn't ban social media for young people, or we shouldn't encourage young people to use less social media, they need to realize that these AI algorithms are actually working to push people further and further apart into more extreme views. The longer that people are spending online, the harder it is for them to understand what's real and what's not real, and the more intolerant people become of actually hearing opinions that they disagree with. What I'm not advocating for is for everyone to agree on everything. The whole point of science is that we open up the floor for exploration and looking at different ideas. Every piece of evidence, new or old, needs to be able to be picked apart so we can actually separate fact from fiction. Increasingly, it's becoming harder for academics and clinicians to openly talk about the issues that are facing our patients today. Like, a lot of people don't really feel comfortable voicing their opinions or questioning, what might be consensus. And if nobody is able to speak up and question anything, then everyone is going to stay quiet until nobody can say anything at all. And it's precisely because of this lack of ability to question or debate ideas that's causing falling trust in our institutions. As we've all talked about here today, one of the most effective public health interventions that we've ever had is widespread vaccinations. Before COVID-19, the impact of online misinformation was already causing vaccination history, specifically like the MMR vaccine. And, some say that the hesitancy now might be worse due to lack of transparency around where COVID-19 may have come from, the effectiveness of the vaccine, and the benefit of the high-level lockdowns. So now I'm actually seeing more kids, it's not just poor brown kids, but I'm seeing more kids in ICU or ED of middle-class, educated families who are actively choosing not to vaccinate their children. They have all the means to do so, and they're choosing not to. When I was in ICU, I even saw a family who chose not to give vitamin K to their newborn child because of fear of vaccinations, and that child ended up with a spontaneous intracranial bleed. So to tackle these issues, I don't think it's enough to spread the word through awareness campaigns or just talking about it with your GP. We have to look at why people have lost trust in institutions. We have to ask if the institutions are deserving of our trust. Research by Dr. Alison Avenell and Associate Professors Mark Boland and Andrew Gray here at the University of Auckland have uncovered multiple examples of fraudulent clinical trials published in peer-reviewed research journals, and they've done research to show that other studies that cite studies later found to be fraudulent and retracted, they don't update their citations. So there's a lot of research out there citing fraudulent research, and they don't update it. And where, as the public, are expected, the public expects us to follow the research when we can't even do that ourselves because the research isn't doing the research. On my podcast, I spoke with Professor Julia Ruckledge from the University of Canterbury about her research into mental health and nutrition. She had robust clinical trials and nutritional supplements and mental health outcomes, but she couldn't get it published because the editors were concerned that it would go against the current medical understanding of mental health, and it would encourage people to stop taking antidepressants. But the whole point of science is that you can create new knowledge and you can challenge the old evidence. I spoke with Dr. Peter Boghossian, who's a philosopher and academic from the USA, who orchestrated the Grievance Studies affair. You should really look it up. He and two other academics wanted to prove that the peer review system enabled poor scholarship and did not have the level of scrutiny required to uphold high research standards. They were able to publish 4 completely bogus research papers in various social science journals before they were caught. If our whole foundation on medicine is supposed to be on evidence-based medicine, then this whole house of cards will fall over if our research systems are not robust enough to properly examine what is real from false. This goes from anything from public health interventions like vaccination and water fluoridation all the way to new age immunotherapies, anti-diabetic medicines, or transgender health. If we can't make sure that the science is sciencing, then we don't deserve people's trust. The whole point of you all coming to university is to learn from your professors, learn from each other, and learn from people like me who come to talk to you. But I implore you to be skeptical. Skeptical of your professors, skeptical of each other, and even skeptical of me. Because I can tell you right now that no one has all the answers. Be especially skeptical of the people who claim that they have all the answers, because I can tell you right now, no one has all the answers. And the more comfortable we are with disagreement, the closer we can actually get to finding the right answer. So thank you.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Nina. Let me see if that's on. I'll just give that to you first. Okay, it's just going to turn green in a second. Can I just, you ran away too quickly, because I just want you to explain revolving door and what got you into what a revolving door you mean by that, and what got you into doing podcasts and delving into these deeper issues.
So what got me into doing the podcast was coming home from work and complaining about work all the time to my partner, who then forced me to do the podcast. But the name Revolving Door Syndrome came from working in mostly acute pediatrics and seeing patients sort of coming in and out. You know, they'd come in, for example, children with bronchiolitis or viral-induced wheeze. We'd make them a little bit better, give them their inhalers, give them a bit of oxygen, discharge them home, back to the same sort of environment that was making them sick in the first place.
All right, thanks for that. Okay, we're open to questions. Those of you online from around the regions, please put them into the chat, and Anna will put them out. No, questions open to the group. All right, they answered everything, did they? Yeah.
This is for our doctors. What do you think is the alternative to neoliberalism?
Okay, can you just repeat the question and then give me your answer?
I was asked what the alternative is to neoliberalism, I think. The problem with neoliberalism is that it lacks values, but the main value is that we need, the couple of things we need to do is that there was a principle after the Second World War that we would leave the world a better place for our children. There was also lacks kindness, and it also lacks a significant effort to be egalitarian. So that it doesn't believe that everyone is equal and deserves a better life and deserves things like that. So my main concern with neoliberalism is the fact that it has very poor values based on it and all that sort of stuff. So it seeks to contract wealth into smaller and smaller people rather than expand it and broaden it across the thing. So the simpler answer to that question, so if we look around the world of the countries that are the least neoliberal and also are the most people living in and the most thriving, we're looking basically at Scandinavia, aren't we? And so they have an active policy of everyone matters, everyone cares, we're looking after and doing the thing, and how they achieve that is by redistributing the wealth, and the only way to do that in democracies is through much higher rates of taxation. And it's been a bit of a dirty word, but that's the only way around it. They're also slightly more, something that I don't necessarily agree with, slightly more with having grand coalitions where they essentially don't have an opposition party, which that's a really risky thing in my opinion, and that the role of an opposition party to have a bit of conflict and a bit of consensus in the government is also the same thing, to hold people to account, but they do that. But they do it from a place where they're trying to work together from all those sorts of things. So I think when we look towards countries that I look towards where I think would be better are the Scandinavian countries, and their dominant feature that goes away from neoliberalism is a very high-tax societies. They get tons for their stuff, though. They get heaps of bang for the buck. Everyone says you lose money for your taxation. No way. You get a house, you get cars, you get free education, you get all sorts of stuff, free healthcare, and all those sorts of things. So does that answer your question?
That's a very good answer. I'd like to summarise it. Socialism. Yeah, socialism. So I was sitting with some GPs and we were arguing with the government recently about the primary care funding package, and so one of those neoliberal colleagues says, "Oh, do you want to pay 60% tax?" Fuck yeah. I'm good at 60%. I can fucking afford 60% tax. And I think that's where we need to be. We need to go, yes, progressive tax is part of the solution. Do you agree, Nina?
I'll just give a little counter to that, which is that it's my understanding that a lot of the Scandinavian countries have a lot of natural resources in terms of fossil fuels, like, and I can't remember exactly which one, oil, gas, coal, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a huge part of what they've got. And also I think they've got a long-term, like, national sovereign funds and things like that, which we haven't really contributed to properly. And I think as well, the difference with Scandinavian countries is they have a very homogenous society. So things happen. I don't think you can do a direct comparison between them and New Zealand. And, you know, something to throw, I guess, up a little bit more spice into the mix is that my family came from China. So we grew up they grew up in a communist society, and some of you may disagree with or agree with the idea of communism, but that did not work well at all for our people. And yeah, I think there has to be a balance between the idea of communism and socialism and capitalism as well. I'm not an advocate for neoliberalism in any way whatsoever, but there has to be a balance.
I went to Cuba. Fucking Cuba. Cuba was deadly. Like that revolution, like Shay was a doctor, right? And you go to Cuba and they got the highest literacy rate in the world, and a really mixed community. I advocate go there. Oh no, hang on a minute, Trump's fucking with Cuba. Hey, that's a really hard place to be right now, but really interesting, fascinating place. And yeah, the problems that Nina's talking about is true. So my wife's a midwife, and we go there. We got 4 kids. Well, we got 8 kids, but anyway, we went with 4 kids. And there was a whole lot of families who are going, oh, wow, you got a big family. That's really interesting. And every woman she met had a caesarean operation for their second birth and never got pregnant again. That's very fucked up, you know. So I think we've got to contest all of that stuff, you know, about how countries get to a better place. But pay your taxes.
The Scandinavian countries do have actually large numbers of indigenous populations. They have Inuit and all that sort of stuff. They do have significant proportions of their populations are not the white Europeans. But also we were at a talk the other day, it wasn't that long ago, and the Swedish government in Sweden, so they're a little bit xenophobic, the Scandinavian countries, and they had this massive problem in the south of their country. They had large numbers of people, immigrants from various parts of the world were living in things, and they had lots of health problems. And they sat down and they thought about it, and the guy said, what we decided to do was build them all a house. We laughed. We were rolling around on the floor. We couldn't believe this, and they did it. And they built them all houses and that sort of thing, and the health problems went away. That sort of stuff. So.
All right, there's a little sojourn into communism, socialism, capitalism.
Primary care.
Just repeat the question.
Is there any appetite to bring primary care under the public health? So basically a model similar to maybe the UK, where they're all employed and all that sort of stuff. So it's been attempted over and over and over again by various governments, and primary care itself has resisted it extensively and so fully that it's never been achieved to date. So maybe I could talk to a GP and ask them what he thinks.
Yeah, I'm in favour of it, and we might need to be really tactical about where we start. But currently there's 275,000 New Zealanders who are not enrolled with the PHO. And so I think we need to do something different. So the model that we've got is clearly not working for some people. It might be a good place for us to start and think about how do we create some primary care alternatives for that cohort. And so we might need to have fully funded, government owned and run. But you know what? Also, I want tino rangatiratanga. So I work for Tend now, and when I went and worked for Tend and met with Celia and Josh and the founders, and they want New Zealanders to be the healthiest in the world, and that's fabulous, and that's entrepreneurs, and that's really cool. But what they said to me was they want it to be New Zealand owned. I said, fucking, that's good. But you realise if you want it to be New Zealand owned, you entrepreneurs, when you get out, that means super fund or ACC fund or iwi. Yes. And now iwi are the largest shareholder in Tend. I want that to become part of what we do in settling Y2575. So our big health claim, and they've never set up the negotiations to settle that claim. I want that claim settled, and as a result of it, it's a fisheries deal moment where iwi should be able to own a significant chunk of primary care. So it's either government owned and run, or in my view, we've got to keep space for iwi to own and run services. But that's what I'm looking for.
Just explain Y272. Y2?
Y2575.
2575, yeah, thanks.
Sorry, what
Can
was
you
your-
just explain
could
that a
you
little
repeat
bit,
your
what
question?
that means?
Oh, thanks, Boyd. So the Waitangi Tribunal has solved almost all of the traditional land-based claims, right? So this iwi, their land stuff, and this iwi and their land stuff, and then that iwi with competing claims from all the nearby iwi, really complex stuff, but you go through all of that process, and in general, you've paid out something like 1 or 2% of what was lost. And so the settled iwi now can say, we'll go forward and try and build a future using that resource. The tribunal then goes, fuck, we've got about 1,000 other claims. And so those aren't traditional historical land-based claims, they're more kaupapa claims. So now we have kaupapa inquiries. And there's about 1,080, 182 health claims, bring them all together and start the hearing. And so the hearing is broken into stages, and the first stage was primary care, so looking at PHOs and Māori health providers in primary care, and we had all of that part, and then we've done disability and mental health and addictions, and there's at least another stage to go. But having that, so that report was Hauora, and then we had the urgency one about disestablishment of Te Ako Whai Ora. So those reports are really interesting, and part of the reason to do that kind of approach is that you get to have all of that evidence presented, which can then form part of High Court claims or other jurisdictions in our legal system. But ultimately, you've got to go now into negotiations and say, this is the history, this is what happened, this is what didn't happen, this is the impact of it, and this is how we're going to move forward. But that conversation hasn't happened.
All right. Thanks for that. Other questions? Can I just pick up with Nina? You talked about losing trust in systems and institutions and political processes and things, and I think that speaks to the immunisation stuff. Why don't we have higher rates of immunisation? But you also said to be sceptical, and maybe these people are being a bit too sceptical. You know, how do we get that balance, and how do we get back to trust in institutions? Talking about health, you know, we deal with people in a clinical space, but actually we're talking about trust in the institution itself, which has been eroded over time. So how do we get that back?
So I think that's two different things in terms of, patients being sceptical of healthcare workers and skepticism of like the system. I think to make people, feel like they can trust us better, we have to show that we, as part of the institutions, are battling it out and openly discussing, what are we doing, where are we going, and what is the evidence for what we are doing. And I think that that's not happening right now. I think there are a lot of big things that are going on in terms of politics, health, education, and because it's becoming so politicized, all of these big hot topics, if you believe in one way of doing things, you're automatically assumed to be of a certain political sort of following. Does that kind of make sense? Like, in New Zealand, for example, I'll just sort of make it slightly less about health, but in the education sector, they're talking about things like balanced literacy versus structured literacy as two different pedagogies of how to teach how to read. And this should be a debate about science, but it's actually become a debate about which political leaning are you, because balanced literacy has traditionally been associated with sort of left-leaning education people, whereas structured literacy has been now more associated with right-leaning people. But the evidence in terms of the scientific research on education science has been in favour of structured literacy the whole time. The idea that people learn through phonics, you learn to read through understanding the letters and what sounds they make and how those sounds create a word and that word has meaning. So if we politicise science, then people are going to only start believing in one side because they think that that's what their political side believes in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we've seen a bit of politicalisation of science in the US.
Can I say something about trust?
Yeah.
And I think that institutions like Health and Auditing are victims of their own thing when it comes to trust. And I think if one simple thing, or it won't be very simple, that we can do when you want to build trust with someone is ask them what they want and then do it. And that's not what we do in health. What we do in health is say, here's the system, you come in and we'll convince you to trust us. And it's completely the wrong way to do it. The right way to build trust with someone, and you know it in your relationships with all the people you have, you show them, you do something, you try and listen to them and work out what they need, and then you do it. And that's how you build trust. And we don't do that in any way, shape or form. We try to convince them the system that they're struggling with, they don't want, is actually the best system. And the things could be minor, like really simple things like that. So how you sit, how you address, how you talk, and all that sort of stuff. But we make no effort at all to try and work out what people like us who enter the health system might like. I don't know if you guys have any interactions with it. I've had quite a lot of interactions with it for various things. And it's a real random lottery whether you got experience or not. And these people don't care. People in there are that's working so hard and all this sort of stuff, and the managers are doing so much. They don't care what the people we're serving want. And I think that's the way to build trust and things. So listen to them, listen to people, ask them what they want, and then do it. Like this sort of thing.
All right, that echoes what Rob was saying earlier this morning. Right, other questions, folks, on this intersection between clinicians and the population? We have got deeply into the... do you want to come and ask that one, or you ask and I'll repeat it? We have got deeply into the political side. There's lots of other determinants of health, societal determinants, commercial determinants, other things as well, but we seem to have got quite into the whole political side, which is good because that's really a key part of determinants of health. Yeah, I've got a question online.
Can medical students become financially free if they move into primary care, or are we only sitting towards burnout if we aim to become GPs with a growing workload?
Okay, so the question of the burnout of GPs and the workload versus getting a decent enough income to do the job. Yeah, Rawati.
The short answer is yes. Fuck yeah. Like, you guys are going to earn money. You're going to do well, right? I'm not the right one to talk to burnout. I'm old. Like, you can tell, right? I'm old. Like, fuck, I get my gold card this year. They send it to me in December. I get to use it next year. I can't wait. That's how old I am. I'm old school. I love sitting in clinic with patients and talking with them. I'll do the online stuff. I think I'm pretty good. I don't suffer from humility. I think I'm pretty good. And patients love it. You know, I listen to my patients. They want to do online because they don't have to drive fucking an hour across Auckland. They don't have to battle to get a car park. They don't have to have problems with, transport costs, all of that stuff. So patients are loving online. And online, I can do a full fucking back examination. Just pop your phone up there. All right, now, can you stand on tiptoes? Can you stand on heels? Can you bend down and touch your toes? Can you do this? Can you do that? Can you just touch your leg and see does that feel normal? If it's normal, I'm reassured. If it's not normal, fuck. That's true in clinic though. If I touch the leg and they go, no, can't quite feel that so good, I've got to deal with that. So online, they tell me they've got numbness or tingling in the legs. I've got to deal with that. But I can do an online consult. I've done online consults for testicles. Can you do this? Can you hold it here? What can you feel? If my patient's in Antarctica, I'm still going to do the best job I can for them, right? So I'll do online shit, but I don't love it. I love sitting in clinic with my patients, all right. And then, so the burnout thing, I'm not a 20-minute appointment guy. I'm old. Fuck, if I can sort this shit in 4 minutes, I want to do it in 4 minutes, 6 minutes, 7. I do 12-minute appointments. I don't like getting scheduled where I go patient, paperwork. Fuck off the paperwork. I'll do the paperwork while I'm with you. I want to get it done. I want to see the next patient. I want to see everybody I can. Right? Somebody comes in the waiting room and says, I need this, this, or this. I'll train my team to be responsive to what the patients need. I'm going to get as much done as I can. And yes, I might take some work home. And yes, I've got 100 things in my email box and inbox records that I've got to do. Oh, Nina saw a patient. She says, do this and do that. Right, I've got to do that. Okay. But I don't know. You've got to talk to somebody younger, and we'll turn to the younger one, who does a fucking podcast in her spare time. Jesus. I want to go on your podcast, by the way. Can I be invited? The answer is yes. I'm not really good at the burnout thing. I think we get paid really well, and I don't aspire to be richer than I am. I think I'm wealthy. I've got a home. I've got 8 kids. I've got 15 grandchildren. Life is a joy. I love my job. I get up in the morning. I don't want to work from home. I want to get to the office and see patients. I love it. So I can't help you with burnout. Sorry.
This is not official financial advice, but you all should have your KiwiSaver, all of you guys, and that because we're the generation that's growing up with KiwiSaver, we're going to be, doing so much better than the generations before us because we're going to invest in our retirement from way earlier on. Many of you probably aren't earning. Maybe you're working a part-time job. Maybe you're working under the table, but you should be making sure at least $1,000. I didn't do this. I would have done this if I had been given the advice. I would have put $1,000 in over the year so I can get the free money from the government because it's free money. And then once you start working, I think it's really important that you make sure you don't have any high interest debt, that you don't do Afterpay or Klarna or anything like that, and that you set aside each fortnight a certain amount of money that directly, without you having to think about it, goes directly into some sort of savings or investment fund every fortnight. A certain amount of money. You start off with an amount of money where you're like, okay, if that money disappeared from my account and I wouldn't even notice, then you start with that, and then as you adjust over time you can increase that amount, and as you make more money you can put more money aside, and then suddenly you're like, wait, where did all this money come from? And then you're going to take the make the most of what's the thing, compound interest, that's the one, where your money starts to make money and that money makes more money. And trust me, in 5-10 years time, you guys are going to be like, oh, thank God I listened to that doctor at that talk that one time.
Great financial advice.
Yes. And one more thing just about the burnout. From me, it was just inevitable. It just happens because you work so hard. You think, oh, I'm going to change the world. And then you just sort of yo-yo between burnout and feeling amazing. I think the key to that is to just try and just do your best for what you've got in front of you. And, you want to change the system and you want to make the system better, but there's no use in trying to burn yourself out so that you're of no help to anybody. To keep going, but also make sure you have a mentor, somebody who you can talk to about your issues, someone who's just a couple of years ahead of you, because they'll have been through exactly everything you've been through as well.
All right, Owen, burnout. You must have seen it in a few of your colleagues.
I have, yes. Well, so my wife is the Chief Wellness Officer for Whatuora. And one of the reasons she did that is she got very badly burnt out as well, that sort of thing. So, my opinion of it, again, it goes back, and I've said values before, is that I think people get much more quickly burnt out if they start doing things that are not based on their values and feeling like they're doing it. And so Rawari's the classic example. He cares and he loves it and he gets in there and he does it. And you'll be pushed and told you can't do that. You just need to stick to your values and all that sort of stuff and be true to you. The economic one's an interesting one, and there's also lots of mental illness and anxieties because we're trying to be in our society. We've got these things that we need to have, want to be, want to do, and we beat ourselves up because we're not like that. So you need to take breaks and work out, do I need a Ferrari or this, whatever, that sort of thing like that. All those things are really important to that time. And then the other thing is leisure. You must actively do leisure, and leisure is different to time off work. Your leisure time is not time not working. Your leisure time is leisure time. So people go home on the weekend, they rest. Oh, I've got to rest because I've got to go to work on Monday. Don't think like that, okay? You think your leisure time is leisure time. It's not linked to work in any way, shape or form. And you actively need to do it. You need other things to do it so that you get away from work, whatever it is, chess club, whatever it is, playing PlayStation games if you're my son and all that sort of thing. And I agree with the thing. We just recently signed up our children to KiwiSaver, although we're paying the money. But it's free cash. So you got to work on burnout, like this sort of thing. But if you can be true to yourself, so have a really good understanding of what your values are, and do them. So try not to react. Be true to yourself. And have leisure time. That's leisure time, not time off work. It's a different thing.
But can I just keep you going on this, and it might bring Rawari in here as well. You and you see you see your patients, and you learn how to deal with that and cope with that. But you get the revolving door idea of Nina's, and you try to lift your head above the parapet and say, we're going to do something about the system, about the immunisation system or the healthcare delivery system or te akawhai ora or whatever. And then you put yourself into that kaupapa, which is a huge kaupapa. It's much bigger than just dealing with the clinical problem in front of you. Does that contribute to burnout when you kind of step out of your clinical role and try to boil the whole ocean?
For me, no. Lots of stuff. I found they're actually quite empowering to try and fix the system. So lots of stuff. So the last report we did was called the National Immunisation Task Force, and it was completely adopted. And we had written 8 reports before that and various things that were shelved, and so it was a really interesting scenario. And what else do I do? So I see. I'm not just suggesting you do this, like this sort of stuff. Please don't do this. So there's an organisation in West Auckland called Te Whānau Waipareira, and so I do multiple clinics there a week, and the clinics go from, as many of you have been there, from 9 in the morning till about 1, and then Te Whānau Waipareira then refer me patients that I see in the afternoon. And I do this in my own time, not paid for by work, although I use the work facilities and all that sort of stuff. And so my view is you can talk about and you can complain about things, or you can do something about it. And me do something about it, I find it very, for me, the things that I'm willing to do for free, I do lots of other things. I'm in 2 school boards, I coach sports teams and all that sort of stuff. I do have a trouble saying no to things, that sort of thing, but I find the things that I'm willing to do for free and get done and all that sort of stuff are the things that really light my boat and get me going and help me with the things in between the fishing and the gardening and running around after my kids.
You mean that helps with reducing chances of burnout rather than
for me it does, yes. Yeah, okay. So I feel like I'm actually actively doing something to do it like this or so. And I'm not suggesting you do that, and if you do it, you need to do it on your own terms, like this sort of stuff. But it's part of my values. I want to help. I want to do that sort of thing, and I want to actively do stuff. And it's a values-based approach.
I remember ringing a colleague of mine at 7 in the morning, and she answers by going, "Seriously?" I waited till fucking 7. No, you should have some rules. You should don't send emails after something at night. What's your number? Don't send emails after.
I just don't check my work emails at home.
That's good.
That's to do what I say, not what I do. There's some really funny things you can do, like you can actually write the email and then not send it.
Microphone.
Sorry?
But we make you work like crazy to pass med school, right? We expect you to work till midnight, 1 in the morning. Anybody done an overnighter? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
so
Nina
we do
just
all
did
that
it last
to you.
night.
Hey, we do all of that to you, and then when you get into your working life, okay, do better, look after each other. Love, I say love's the important thing. You should love what you do. You should love your whānau. You should be loved. Yeah, just do the things that you love. That's good.
That's a bit wider than
anybody seen Nina's podcast, Revolving Doors? Would I be good on it? Good on it. They reckon I'd be good on it. Can I go on your podcast?
Oh, it's been paused for like a year because I'm a bit busy, but we'll try.
I will be the comeback.
Yeah.
Other questions, folks? You've got these brilliant people here who have an unbelievable life experience in clinical and population health. These folks here, they've got their heads down at the moment. At 5th year, they're going into 6th year. They'll even be further down trying to work out how to be a doctor, clinical doctor. They're going to then learn some trade within that. At what stage do people start pulling their head above the parapet and sort of seeing and understanding what's coming through the door is related to what's outside the healthcare system, like we're talking about housing and so on, and take that into consideration? What's been your experience?
I don't think there's any specific start time or finish time. Like I think you can kind of start doing that whenever, really. But I think what we have to be careful about is knowing like who you can trust to talk about these sorts of things, because along the journey you'll find that some people initially are like, oh wow, this person's such a breath of fresh air, and oh, aren't they so passionate and interested in all this kind of stuff? But there are some people who feel like worn down by it as well and say things like, oh, you know, why can't she just focus on the thing in front of her, and complains all the time, and it's just a real negative like attitude. But yeah, so I think you're going to run into, you know, a range of people who either believe in what you believe in or don't believe in what you believe in. And I think you just have to hold that belief in yourself and carry on. Yeah, it's really hard. I think you'll find people who will agree with you, and then you'll find people who disagree with you. But I think every day at work, you got to try and just take something from the work that you're doing positively for the people around you, and also learn something from your work every day, because whatever you're feeling in that moment, it's not forever.
So, Owen, what about joining organisations or being active within organisations, so to try to get your population health kaupapa through the Paediatric Society, for example? When Rob was here, he gave a not a very flattering view of colleges and their roles, but there are organisations, collective organisations, which can be the voice, and rather than just being of individuals, right, to be able to make changes in society. Tell us about joining organisations and being active within those.
Yeah, absolutely. You can join all sorts of organisations and do things, and I think that there's been some criticism of social media, but it actually gives you another platform to get your views out there. I mean, there is there's negative and positive parts of that. So I can remember when I was growing up, I think me and Rawiri are the last generation that actually lived for a long period of time without social media. I was 32 when I had my first phone. Interestingly enough, they existed before them, those big brick things, but they cost as much as a house. They were really dear, this sort of thing. So we did it, and we used to, for example, we were very against apartheid in South Africa, and we would get placards and march up and down Queen Street, which no one does anymore because there's all the other things. But Boyd makes a good point. There are lots of organisations you can join to do it that will advocate for you. And the Paediatric Society, that I'm now the past president for, will let you join for free if you ever want to join as a student and all that sort of stuff. And you can help yourself align with that. And it does help. I think it does help at all. And then there's stages you can do after that. So, I mean, it starts with just talking about issues with people you trust, as Nina said. So it starts from, advocacy always starts from, oh, crap, I saw this. Why is this going on? Why can't we do something about it, is your basic thing. And then talking to people. And then you can broaden it, and you can broaden it, and you can broaden it. And interestingly enough, one of the major ways that you could actually influence, and you can directly influence, as a lot of people don't realise, is you can actually join a political party, like this sort of stuff. And the political party, it's a really interesting structure. So my family were heavily involved in the Labour Party per se. My mother was an MP and all this sort of stuff. And the selection process for who becomes an MP actually comes down to a very small number of people in an electorate. It's actually quite small. And you can actually, if you want to control it, you can actually, and all the parties are like this, you can actually get fully involved. I'm not saying you should do this because it's a bit of a pain. And I think one of the reasons in New Zealand it is becoming more polarising that people are less engaged is actually we are very stable and most people are very similar and all that sort of stuff. But it is a way you can do it. And it's just an example. But Boyd's point is true. If you can find some organisations or clubs, and university like this, it's a little bit sad here because before I did medicine, I did engineering down at the university, and they have clubs coming out the wazoo. There's young this, young that, young person this, and we're just separated from up there at med school, aren't we? We just don't actually see it. And they're really good. They have parties every weekend, you go along and all this sort of stuff. It's really cool, and meet other people, and whereas we're sort of stuck up here by ourselves. Otago's not like that, and I think that's why the people from Otago say it's so great, is because they're in all this mixed. But it is true, it is a slightly cheap way to become advocacy, to be part of an organisation and do too. And you can now do, because of social media and global reach, you can join international organisations as well. You can join organisations overseas as well as local ones and all that sort of stuff.
All right, better just give Nina a chance on the joining a political party and standing as a candidate. Nina, what about getting into politics? That was an interesting decision for you. And I see the Opportunity Party now has risen in the polls. And does that feeling come over you again, that you might join a political party and be a candidate for Parliament?
I think when I joined, it was just sort of the right time in my life to join. And when I joined, the intention that I had was not to actually get into Parliament. It was, for me personally, obviously to try and get the party into Parliament. But my aim for doing that was to just get people talking about health as well, because I felt like, you know, people didn't really care about the healthcare system. And honestly, before 2023, I think people didn't care, and they didn't really talk about it until after the 2023 general election. But I kind of did get a bit competitive towards the end of it. I really did start trying a lot harder to get into politics, like to actually become, you know, an MP after that. But I think it's a really difficult journey. I think even like the small amount of, I don't even know if you could call it like fame, but I guess like recognition, even the small amount of like public recognition was quite difficult for me, because actually I realized that people like treat politicians really, really differently from like normal people. I think you have this really high expectation that as a MP you kind of belong to the people, and you're no longer treated as a person. And I think that's actually a real shame that we put that on the politicians, because then you actually scare off a lot of people from doing something like that. And so I don't know if that's a reason why we've got the politicians that we've got, but I think we don't treat them like people, and I think it's a real shame.
All right, getting into politics is another way to try to change the system.
Yeah, well, I guess one of the things is that we also put a lot of pressure, I think, on the politicians, that they've got the ability to change everything, that they've got the ability to improve the healthcare system overnight. But I think actually if you think that the government can change things so quickly, what often ends up happening is if what they can change quickly ends up being a shambles. So,
yeah, but everybody, well, most people I'd imagine come into medical school wanting to make a difference and do good in society and help people. They may get a bit trapped as they get older and get stuck in their ways, and the same probably is true for politicians. I think a lot of them do go into politics wanting to make a difference, but they get kind of stuck in the political system and become politicians. And I think that's just a socialisation thing, isn't it?
Yeah. I think. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I just think it's really hard to be a politician. I think we expect that they have all the answers, or they've got all the power to make all the change, but life's just not like that.
Yeah. Rawiri, I'm going to just ask a last question to you around Te Aka Whaiora. You're deeply involved in the establishment and trying to prevent the disestablishment of Te Aka Whaiora, which Rob Campbell talked about this morning. He was a bit dismissive of it as an attempt. I think he said that iwi weren't that keen on establishing it in the way it was established, but at least it was a bit of a beachhead. I'd be interested in your views on Te Aka Whaiora, how it was established and set up. Was it set up to fail? Would we do it differently this time? And what's going to come of these kind of approaches of by Māori for Māori?
Yeah, I think that's fair criticism from Rob. So, I mean, it was informed by the Y2575 tribunal report, and there was consultation and there was engagement with Māori. I think we could do that better, and no, I wouldn't set it up the same again, that you can, one government comes in and stands it up and another one comes and knocks it over. That's fucking bad. I mean, I didn't care because I can always go back and I can do 6 days a week as a GP and I love it. So, the opportunity to be Chief Medical Officer was, in my view, once in a generation opportunity. So, fuck yeah, I'm in, I'm all in. I'm going to give this a shot. That every health issue in this country is a Māori health issue, because even if it's not a Māori health issue, if this affects old white people, I'm interested. I'm interested because if we can do a good job looking after old white people, I want a deal that says, and if we save some money, let's use that money over here to get better outcomes for Māori. So I want the system to work well for everybody, and I definitely want it to work well for Māori. So Te Aka Whai Ora was an interesting opportunity, but I mean, there was a whole lot of public servants who go, yep, I'll go over there, and then they get disestablished, and then they get restructured, and that's harmful to most of them. To my knowledge, I'm the only one who said, nah, fuck off, I'll resign rather than be lifted and shifted. They said, all you Aka Whai Ora people, you're going to be lifted and shifted over to Whatu Ora. Fuck off, I don't want to work for Whatu Ora, so I can just go back and be a GP and do all these other things that I do. In my view, if we're going to do something like that again, we have to get that consultation engagement right. And in my view, it needs to be part of a settlement, right? So one of the things, and we're going through a whole lot of political challenges about the place of the treaty and, you know, that stuff. The fact is, treaty settlements are enduring, right? And so the case law, the treaty jurisprudence about treaty settlements is, and I'll summarise it for you at a high level, one word, it's enduring. And so what I'd be interested in is that the next time we try some of this stuff, and it might be we end up with iwi health authorities. So Kahunu set up one, Tū Wharetoa sees itself as a nation. I think there's a way of figuring out how we get into that complexity and get a better outcome. But clearly, Māori have aspirations, and clearly, in my view, we have rights and privileges, we have entitlements, you know, so we have United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and so we should have a system that works for us, and the colonial system has not done well for us. So, yeah, I look forward to a future where we get a different arrangement, but I think it has to be partly informed by a treaty settlement.
And so it's not exactly clear what that might look like, but you're saying that it'll be largely evolving from iwi as kind of leaders in it, rather than the government coming down and saying, or a treaty settlement. Is that where Y2575 is going to end up, as an enduring agreement around healthcare and health systems?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so think about the fisheries settlement. And effectively Māori got a guaranteed quota, and we got sea lords, and we traded ourselves into a position where we own half of Sanford's. And so fundamentally, Māori fishery interests now represent more than half of all the fishery interests in the country. Imagine if we said, okay, let's talk about health, and we end up in a position where iwi are a major contributor, a major deliverer, provider of primary healthcare services in the country. You know, that's the future I'm looking for. The Māori nation is 1 million strong. 1 million strong. We are a nation of 1 million. And we've got a treaty that says we're entitled to have a health system that works for us. That's the starting point. Let's figure out how to get it done.
All right, I think we might leave on that very positive, future-facing note, Rawiri. I think we have heard quite a lot about politics today. It wasn't actually intentional, but, well, maybe it was by the people I chose to speak to you, but it's turned out to be quite political, which is perfectly fine. As I said, medicine is political, health is political, and we need to be able to grapple with that to find the best systems that work for us. And nice that you left it kind of looking towards the future. We've got to work this out in a way that comes from the base and meets the needs of people at the base. Will you please just join me in thanking these three wonderful people for coming to join me. Okay, I'm going to give them all a box of chocolates, and I want to see you back here at 1 o'clock, folks, short lunchtime. Righto, guys, we'll get underway. Kia ora. Now, can somebody explain to me why everybody's learned how to talk now but can't ask questions during the panel discussion, guys? Come on. We've had experts here. We've had people that had really interesting careers, lots of things. Doctors are expected to speak up and be heard, to have intelligent things to say, intelligent things to ask. It's not an easy thing to do in front of a whole crowd, but I think it's really important to practice it. I disagree with Rawari about stupid questions. Just ask questions, get used to asking questions, learn how to do it, pluck up the courage. It gets easier and easier. In the end, you'll be able to, stand up and give speeches to people's weddings or, that sort of thing. Really important skill, and it's only practice. So you've got a few opportunities to practice your question asking skills in this week. And it would be great to see you capitalise on that. We asked for volunteers for people to introduce the speakers. We didn't get anybody. I had to pick them out of a hat. You've got tomorrow, Population Health in Action. You're going to be face-to-face with people, or some people will be online. Tomorrow we have Auckland, we have Pukawakawa and the rural program zooming in here. But I want people to ask questions. As you're listening to them, think about what's some intelligent stuff you can get from these people that is really interesting. So there's tomorrow. There's when you're meeting with agencies, have your thinking cap on, have your questioning cap on to understand what they're doing. When you are in the sessions on Friday, when you're listening to everybody else, when you're listening to your mates present, get tough questions for them. Put it on them, give them curly ones. That's got to be an outcome for this week. Right, got that off my chest. Okay, here we go. So we've had the keynote and panel discussion. Quite a few radicals amongst that lot, weren't there? Rob Campbell. He's a fellow who's been around the traps, not afraid to speak up, knows a lot of stuff. Big brain. Speaking up has got him into trouble, as you've found. But I think people like that who are very candid about their lives and their thoughts are actually really valuable. So I hope you got a lot out of that. I didn't know that about Rawari Jensen. 20 years to get through medical school. Got kicked out of Otago and then came back to Auckland. But he's been a champion voice. I'm surprised he hasn't burnt out already with the ocean he's trying to boil for better Māori health. And Nina, who runs her podcast and stepping out of the ED department and trying to find out what the rest of health is happening. People being having the guts to put a hand up and stand for a political party. And then Owen Sinclair, again, sees the need around immunisation, thinks about the system, gets involved in the healthcare provider systems, in the organisations, in the Paediatric Society, and the committees that are trying to design it. So I thought that was really valuable sessions. Okay, so we're going to talk about the timetable, expectations, projects, etc. If you've got any questions, ask me. At 3 o'clock after this session, we're going to meet with the group facilitators to learn about your group project. Now, before I get on to that, just when I went outside, I saw the huge line up for the microwave for lunch. It's, I think, half an hour, but small for lunch, isn't it? I didn't even manage to get mine. We might make that an hour next time. Anna, put that down as a note. That'll mean there's only half an hour then between this talk and getting to your facilitators meeting, which you'll probably be fine with anyway. So if you missed out on your lunch, it's going to be a bit of a late lunch after this talk. All right. At 3 o'clock, meeting with the group facilitators. Now, you'll have meeting rooms booked for that. There's the rural medical program. Of course, you'll be online. We have had a few students who've got crook in these last couple of days. I think some of them are going to try to join their groups, but we'll see how that goes. All right, then tomorrow morning, we have population health in action. So in Auckland, we'll have 3 public health physicians here. We'll be zooming into Pukawakawa and the rural medical program. And the other ones around the region will be face-to-face. You'll have 2 or 3 public health physicians, maybe some registrars, people in training to learn about what public health medicine is all about. And then on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, you're meeting with agencies, you're researching your topic, you're developing your presentation. In the middle of the day, tomorrow it's 12:30, but Wednesday it's 12 and Thursday it's 12. I'm going to be online, and if your group has any questions about whether this is the right sort of project, are we heading down the right track, what do you think about this, what do you think about that, come on, just log on and I'll take you in sequence. In the past, we have had this midday session where there's been one person from each group and they've all kind of arrived and we've gone through it sequentially, which is slightly tedious for everybody sitting and waiting, I have to say, so that we've got a bit of feedback on that, so we've changed it. Although listening to how others are dealing with their questions and dealing with their projects is also quite instructive. So I don't think it was a total waste of time, but we're just testing it this time. So it's going to be an open Zoom session. If you've got a question, are we on the right track? What about this? What about that? Drop in and I'll take first come, first served. And then on Friday, you're presenting your strategy to one of 5 streams. All right, so I'm going to talk about the expectations and the logistics, and then I'm going to go through a bunch of concepts, a bunch of frameworks, ways of thinking about population health. Okay, so this is compulsory. All of the components are compulsory. There's a few people who might miss due to illness or medical appointments or something like that, particular sessions. They all have to be met. And some people might be able to do a catch-up at the end. People that are absent for the week have to do a remedial week coming up. So if there's any issues about attending any of the sessions, you need to let me and Anna know, and we need to be able to confirm that you have done everything. All right, you're working in teams this week. Now, that will be a little bit new for a bunch of people. You're going to spend your whole careers working in teams. And to date, as I understand it, through your 5 years at university, you've largely been working as individuals. You're rising and falling on your own work. This time you're rising and falling on your teamwork, as will be the case in your career. So you need to learn to work in teams. And that's one of the things you'll get out of this. You need to think about what you're good at, what you can contribute, need to work out the dynamics of the team. So we assess that at the end. Everybody has to make a judgment about whether everybody in the team was pulling their weight, whether it was a fair distribution of work. So don't slack, because your teammates will dob you in, and then you've got Anna and me coming investigating. So make sure that you pull your weight. Now, engaging with the problem. There's a few things that people generally get from the feedback, from the evaluations of PHI Week. There's a bunch of things that people take from the week. Working in teams is one of them. meeting these agencies who are working, striving out there in the community to deal with upstream issues to try to prevent people walking through the hospital doors. Learning about what they do, what's out there on topics that you may have not even thought about. That's a real positive. The other thing that people learn is that these population health problems are tough. They are really tough. A lot of them are called what we call wicked problems. They are very resistant to change. So that's a learning. You're not expected to know or understand all of the ins and outs of the particular problem, but just to grapple with it, to understand its complexity, the difficulty and the challenges of that. And the solutions are even tougher, but we're going to ask you to come up with some solutions. That is just part of the learning how to think through things as a team to come up with a solution. So we expect full engagement. I'm sure you'll be very courteous and attentive in dealing with agencies. You're here on behalf of the university as well as yourselves, so I'm sure you'll conduct yourself very appropriately. So you've been grouped into 27 groups. There's a little bit of a range of size of group. Sometimes a bigger group is better, you can distribute it, but sometimes a smaller group is better, it's a bit more cohesive, so there's pluses and minuses with the size of the group. We've given you a topic, you don't have any choice. The assessment is all a group assessment, so it's the group that rises and falls, and we do the presentations on Friday. So you'll be in one of 5 streams, and there'll be 5 or 6 groups within each stream, and you'll be presenting, you'll be assessed, and we come out with one winning team per stream. So we'll have 5 teams at winners, and you'll each get a little voucher or something courtesy of the college and of MAS. All right, you're meeting with facilitators. Now, these are people who work, a lot of them come from the School of Population Health. They come from all sorts of disciplines. They're not doctors, most of them aren't doctors. Lots and lots of people work in public health and population health that are not medical doctors. And most of these people will be like that. They are not an expert on your topic. They're there to help guide you and facilitate you to work as a group, to think through your project, your campaign. So they're going to help develop it. They'll give you feedback on your presentation, so you'll have the session this afternoon with them. Then there should be somebody in your team who swaps phone numbers with your facilitator, so that you can ask them questions, check in with them on Tuesday and Wednesday, see how you're going. You may or may not want to meet with them. Depends on how you're going. But definitely meet with them on the Thursday so they can hear a draft of your presentation, give some critique back on that. Okay, so negotiate contact with the facilitator. All right, now here are the topics. You will have seen these on Canvas if you've had a look on Canvas. All of these are tough topics, and you probably haven't dealt with a lot of them. We have a couple of new ones. Food insecurity and online harm and food insecurity are new ones. So those people in those groups doing food insecurity and online harm, so those are people in Waikato. We really want you as a group to give some feedback on how those topics went. So in the evaluations at the end, please be diligent and fill those in. We take the feedback seriously, and it does change how we do things. Some of these topics are quite specific, gambling harm or elder abuse. Some of them are pretty broad, rainbow health and climate change and diet-related diseases. There's a whole pile of those. So for the ones that are more specific, that's a challenge. For the ones that are broad, that's a challenge as well. And you're not expected to get answers to all of those, but to pull off a piece of this area to focus on and develop a project. The RMIP people, this is the second year we've done this. You're scattered around the country. It's a largest group, I think it's 12 in the group. So, that was a bit of a challenge last time for the team, coordinating 12 people in different localities. So let us know how that goes this year. The facilitators are aware of that. Okay, so the agencies, and this is the work that Anna has been doing all year for your benefit, which is to identify a whole bunch of agencies. There's about seven to 10 or something like that. I think we might have had one or two drop out, so one or two may be down to 6 or something. Anyway, a bunch of agencies that are related to the topic that you've got. They have had an appointment made, and they are expecting to hear from your group this afternoon to confirm the meeting. Some of them in person, some of them on Zoom. Do these guys need to set up the Zoom links? Yeah. Okay, so if there's a Zoom link, then whoever is the contact person in your team to the agency, whoever's doing the ringing this afternoon, needs to identify which ones need Zoom links and to set that up and put them in as a calendar invite. That has to happen this afternoon, so that's all set. On Canvas, there's a whole bunch of questions to guide your discussions. So you'll go to these agencies. They'll be in small groups of it, not everybody going to every agency. You need to do a minimum of 3 each person. And try to get into and understand what they do, how they work, how they operate, the size of their enterprise, what they're trying to achieve, where their funding stream comes from, what they'd like to do, how they think they're making a difference, all of that sort of thing. So try to really understand what these agencies are doing. Ask them about the topic area. What's their view on this particular topic? Where do they see the potential actions that could happen? So you can probe them for potential areas of intervention. They're giving their time for you. They actually enjoy meeting medical students. They enjoy seeing doctors in the making, and to tell them about the work they do, because they're usually highly passionate about what they do and they like to get that out there. So enjoy that interaction and try to get from them an understanding of how they operate. The context about who they are, how they operate, will be really important when it comes to pulling together your project. Because I'll tell you about the project in a bit of detail in a second, but you're just the intermediary. You need to understand who's going to actually do the work. And these agencies, if you win the $2 million, they're the ones that are going to be doing the work. So understand the dynamics of that agency. Okay, you'll also have one visit booked in with a topic expert, usually an academic, not always, but usually an academic and usually working in population health, so they kind of get this perspective. And you'll have an hour with them. But if you've got further questions on content, then we have said to the topic experts to expect an email or a call if needed. Now on Canvas, there's a list of relevant papers and reports for each of the topic areas. Now, we've updated some of them. We haven't managed to get around to updating them all. Some of the reports, if there's an annual report coming out, it might have the 2023 report or something like that, and you might need to update it to a more recent one. But anyway, that's a start for resources. But you will find your own resources, you'll find your own references, and you need to keep a track of those references because you'll need to include that in your slide presentation. That's one of the requirements for the slide presentation, is the references that you used. Okay, so you'll have an hour. If you need more of that time with the expert, make an arrangement with them. All right, so this is the assessment. You people in your group are the intermediaries. You're going around to see agencies and you're going to try and glean what a campaign or a project might be that you can do a pitch to this organisation that wants to give away $2 million for this. So you have to develop a project or a campaign to improve some aspect of the upstream conditions or the systems related to the problem. They might be something that's driving the problem. They might be a barrier to things being done. There might be bureaucratic barriers. There might be knowledge gaps. There might be all sorts of gaps that might need to be filled. So you need to develop that, and I'll talk about the presentation in a sec. What you have to submit through Canvas, you've got individual worksheets, and in that you declare the agencies that you visited, that you've been to all of these sessions, that the workload of the team was equitably distributed, and that you give your permission for your presentations to be shared. So at the end, when the presentations are all recorded on Zoom, we send those back out to the agencies that you visited, so they see the brilliant ideas that you came up with. We send them back to the topic experts and back to the facilitators. And then the winning team from each stream, we share with next year's fifth year students so they can see how brilliant you were and they know the standards that they've got to come up to. So that's that. That needs to be in by, that's not onerous, but that does need to be in by 5 o'clock on Thursday, so we'll check those. And then we want a PDF of the slides that you're presenting by 10 o'clock on the Friday. The oral presentation is pass or fail. You've got 15 minutes to do your pitch and then 5 minutes or so of questions and 1 winner per stream. Now, there is a distinction. There's 2 population health prizes. See, we're twice as good as all the other subjects. And that is through a submission of either creative work, a poem or a story or a painting or whatever, that can be submitted, and it needs an explanation about the creative piece, or an academic essay. So we give you a couple of weeks from the end of PHI Week to do that while it's still fresh in your mind. It's on the topic that you've been given, and we give a prize for the population health prize for the top in each of those. So a number of those submissions for distinction will get distinction, and the top one in each of those categories will get the population health prize. And the top submissions, both the creative work and the academic piece, we link those winners up with the New Zealand Medical Students Journal and ask them if they would accept that as a publication in the journal. So you get a publication to your name, which is good. I have to say, it's fantastic that there is a New Zealand Medical Students Journal. I think that's great. When I was a medical student, I think that was the furthest thing from our mind that we'd have a journal. So I think supporting it in this way is excellent. Okay, and the group work. So today, when you meet with your coordinator, the first thing you're going to be doing is forming. So we're going through the forming, storming, performing steps. So the first step is forming. So you're orienting yourself to the task. You're orienting yourself to each other. Who are these people? I've been in my class for 5 years and I haven't really worked with them. What are you good at? That sort of thing. So usually the facilitators will do a round robin saying, what are you good at? when you work in groups, when you work in committees, if you're on any other organisation, what roles do you tend to take? What are you good at? What do you like doing? And there's all sorts of roles, and you need different people with different skills. So you need someone who likes organising, someone who can get the timetabling, organise the Zoom Zooms, links, and agency visits. You need someone who can chair well. Now, chair doesn't mean you're being the boss. It means that you are managing the process and making sure everybody gets a fair say. Researchers, some like diving into the research, some like liaising with facilitators, some will drop in to the midday sessions and ask questions, liaising with a topic expert or with Anna. So think about all of those areas. Report writing, taking notes in the meeting, developing the slides, presenting. Usually that's the one that few people put their hands up for. I encourage you to put your hand up for it. Presenting is a very valuable skill. And also sometimes the groups have separate people answering questions. So one or two people might present and then one or two people might answer, or you can have the whole team answering or the presenters answering. It's over to you. But answering questions on the fly is an important skill, because you can be sure that your teammates will be asking you really tricky questions. So you better have those in your mind already. Okay, so decide on your roles early, be flexible, be attuned to everybody's needs and expertise. Right, so then the next couple of days following that, we're in the storming. So this is the brainstorming part. And there's kind of some rules around brainstorming. You are just letting ideas flow. You're putting them on the table. You're not shooting them down straight off. They can be a bit wacky. Yeah, okay, well, that's good. Got some good stuff. Well, gain trust, show tolerance. That's open, right? So this is not a time to dump on people. It's a time to explore a wide range of ideas and resolve conflicts. But very quickly, you're going to have to norm. You're going to have to come down, narrow down on something. And this is where the chairing skills, running the process, giving people a chance to think really comes into it. So you're going to have to converge on a collective campaign or project. And then the performing comes last, polishing your presentation, giving constructive critiques, being a friendly critic to your colleagues who are trying their best to tell a story, to not have to read the script and so on. Be constructive, be positive, but give good critique. Okay, so your presentations, 15 minutes to present. Practice that timing. We give 12 slides as a guide. You can have more, you can have fewer. Practice your timing. The main thing is the timing. Okay, on each slide deck, there needs to be a declaration of the use of AI. I'll talk about AI in a second, and a list of references that you've used. Many of you will have done PowerPoint or other sorts of presentations, presentations. You know the rules. Minimal text. It's just shorthand. It's just dot points for telling the story. A legible font, not just not really small stuff. Brighten it up with a few images and minimise the animations. I think we've got some stuff on there about good slide preparation, haven't we? Yeah, I'm sure we have. Anyway, there's lots of stuff in there out there on the internet about how to do good slides. One or two presenters. Now, this is the tough part. You're there to tell a story. You're there to convince a group about your story. And if you can talk to it and show the passion, then that's much more compelling than reading a script. Now, that's hard. That's hard. And whoever's going to be the presenter, that's why it's sometimes quite good to break it up. So you've got different areas. But support those people who are the presenters. Tell a story, tell it passionately, look into the camera. If you're doing it online, most of you will be doing it online. All right, then maybe a couple of people answering questions. Could be the whole team if you want, and practice at that. Practice chucking questions at each other. And I've already told you about throwing questions to the other team. One winning team, you get some vouchers. They might buy you something at the supermarket. I can't even remember what they are, but, you know, a nice little token. Okay, here's your task, a health philanthropy, just like you heard today from Murphy and Julie. You've got a health philanthropy like the Maz Foundation. So the Maz Foundation has a pot of $4 million now a year to give away to make a difference in somewhere in health. The Maz Foundation itself has chosen a particular area to try to focus on, and for them it was the first 2,000 days. For you, the project that this health charity is focused on is the topic that you've been given. Alcohol abuse or alcohol use or elder abuse or tobacco control or something like that. So they've got that money, they want to give it away, and it's your job to do a pitch. So you're making the pitch. So what they want is a project or a campaign. I'll talk about what I mean by that. And they want to make a difference to the occurrence of the problem or some aspect of the health problem related to your topic. And it's your task to convince them. Now, so on the board, you just heard Rawa's thoughts about boards. Well, this board does a bit of work because they listen to the pitches. So there are medical people, non-medical people that are Maori and Pacific trustees. So that's the audience that you're pitching to. Think about Julie and Murphy. Like if I was pitching to the Maz Foundation, I might be on the board. It might be someone like Owen, for example, who's also on the board. So think about those types of people you're pitching to. They want to create real change, a leverage for change, that you have looked into the system and into the problem and you've identified a particular area upstream that can make a difference. They don't want to fund the campaigns with the people who have the problem. And they don't particularly want to fund stuff around healthcare services. They want to change something about what's driving this problem or what's preventing it being fixed. So education may be part of it, but sometimes that's the education of the decision makers. Education of organisations, not education of the people who eventually have the problems. Okay, so what do we mean by a campaign? So it's a planned group of activities intended to achieve a particular aim. So it's got a start and it's got a finish. That's what a project is. So a military campaign or a political campaign means you have to plan it. You have to get your evidence lined up. You have to get the rationale, the aim, the target groups, and here you're focusing on change agents. Who can make a difference in the system? Who are you going to target that can really make a difference? Identify the allies, the opposition. You might need different messages for different agents. Strategies and actions. Some of these will be a bit foreign to you, so you've got to learn what they are, and I'll talk about those in a sec. Evaluation, how are you going to know if you succeed? Timelines, budgets, expected impact. All of this stuff is actually quite hard work. You know, we give people in Te Whara Ora, months to develop these things. Years, maybe. You've got a week. Okay, the campaign is not being run by fifth-year medical students. You're not going to get the $2 million and go and do stuff. You're just the agents in between who say, we've met with these groups and here's the pitch, and I think it's going to be these groups and maybe supported by some of these other groups. They'll get the money, they'll be able to expand stuff that they're doing, they'll be able to add in other stuff that other groups are doing, and collectively they'll be able to do X, Y, Z. You are just the intermediary, right? So the assessors will be alert to that about who is going to be doing. That's why you need to pay attention to the agencies to make sure that you understand their context and who you might pitch to put up for this. All right. Examples of population health strategies. You probably haven't come across many of these so far in your clinical work. This is a completely different set of strategies. Creating an evidence base is important. Knowledge and evaluations and knowledge that something works is an important piece of work to do. And if it's critical, then that might speak to the need for a demonstration project or something to show that it actually works in this particular area, well evaluated, that it might then be rolled out. That might be where you put your funding. If you're going to go down that path, then a lot of your funding is going to go into the research part of it. Building relationships and networks. Vanessa, at the beginning, put up the definition of population health. It's the collective work of society, the collective efforts of society. These are not individuals, they are collective efforts. And so building relationships and building networks is critical to that. Convening allies. Who's on your side? Who can you rope in? Creating coalitions. Who's going to actually do some of the mahi with you? Developing the materials. Developing and disseminating messages to the change agents. Drafting policies if you're going to go down a policy track. Advocating for the policies. Building and monitoring and accountability systems. Influencing organisational culture. That's really hard, getting down at that level, culture and systems. Finding the champions who can speak out about it, and training programs. So I've put apps in brackets, don't do apps. So that's the sort of examples of the tools that you have. So let me just make this a little bit concrete for you in my particular instance. So I started off life as an endocrinologist, treating people with diabetes. And I started asking the question of why are people coming into my diabetes clinic? Who's out there that's trying to prevent that? Isn't this a preventable disease? And so I drifted into the prevention space. So that took me away from clinical medicine into public health. And I learned quite quickly that if you're going to do public health, I can stand up and be a voice. And I was a voice when I first started learning about public health because I was a medical director of the Heart Foundation. So I was doing that job as an endocrinologist, and some of the people who worked with the Heart Foundation then took me under their wings and they said, listen, Boyd, we need to teach you public health because this is your role you're in now. You've been given a platform, you're medical director of the Heart Foundation, your voice counts, this is how we do public health. So I learned it kind of in the field, if you like. And a big thing that I learned from my tutors was about building coalitions and getting people on side. I learned that public health is highly political. If you weren't in the politics, you probably weren't anywhere in terms of making a difference, which is a bit uncomfortable for some. I also learned about creating coalitions. And we built a couple when I was medical director, and we had one, a smoke-free coalition, and we had one around agencies for nutrition action around food. They lasted about 15 years, 20 years or something like that. In the end, there wasn't enough investment from the agencies like the Heart Foundation and Cancer Society. They ended up taking government money to just survive. And therefore, once you start taking government money, you can't be critical of government. And so they lost their advocacy role, and then they lost their money, and that advocacy capacity went down the drain. I've also started up a few other advocacy organisations, but the current one that I'm working with is Health Coalition Aotearoa. So that's a group of about 70-odd health organisations, and we've built this up as a coalition. So we've got 70 logos of health organisations behind what we do. We create a platform for people to be able to engage in, academics, NGOs, individuals, to be able to deal with our particular kaupapa, which is around reducing the harm from tobacco, alcohol and unhealthy food and influencing determinants of health. So we've taken a kaupapa of these harmful products, which contributes to about a quarter of our health loss, quarter of our lost DALYs. So that's our kaupapa. And to do that, we need to create an organisation and set it up in a way that can convene the allies, create these coalitions, build the platforms where academics and things can come along and give their expertise, developing materials with the campaigns. We've got a campaign at the moment around trying to build the school lunch program, trying to prevent David Seymour from killing it totally, and trying to build it so that it gets to more kids. To do that, you need to get the evidence base, you need to get the comms materials together, you need to get your allies together, you need to go and do events and all that sort of thing. So organising that into a coalition and what the messages are, draft up policies. Well, in this case, it's not policies, it's funding. But what should this look like? What should the design of it look like? Building and monitoring and accountability. So we do value for investment analyses to make sure that it's on track. Trying to influence organisational culture. So I have to say the organisational culture within the Ministry for Education, whom we've been dealing with for the last 5 or 6 years, has been going backwards. They do not want to talk to people outside. They've closed down. They don't want to let information out. So the culture within the Ministry of Education, in my view, has gone back to being like in a fortress. And they're probably understaffed as well and not being able to get anywhere. So culture, organisational culture is critical. Cultivate champions, training programs and so on. So all those strategies got up there is what we have to do in Health Coalition to be able to get a campaign going. All right, we've got some exemplars on canvas. We've got oh shit, it's only 15 minutes. Okay, we've got the full presentation, campaign details needed, the presentations from last year's winners, and guidance. I've got a recording on there about how you build a campaign. We've got a checklist for it. You can ask me questions in the middle of the day, and you can ask the facilitator. Right, just a note on budget. So we have questions on budget. You've got $2 million, well, how do you spend that money? We don't want a detailed budget list, but be realistic about the time frame needed. Any change, any systemic change, any major change does not happen overnight. So this has probably got to stretch over a few years. If the budget holders, the lead agency, you'll need to clock like 20% of overheads for a start. So that's off the top of your 2 million. Salaries, some estimates there of the number of people you might think. You have to have something in there for communications, building assets is costs you money. Don't go down the paid ads track. You might have full page ads in the paper, that's cost a few $1,000. Something like that's okay. Research and analysis, so if you're going to have a report written about the problem and solutions, that costs money. If you want to do an opinion poll, it's $1,000 a question. Program evaluation, if you're going to fund a program or something, you usually allocate 10% of program costs. If you're going to say building evidence is our main purpose, because there's a big information gap and it's more of a demonstration project, you need bigger money. So I'm happy to talk about budgets with you as you're developing it. Lots of other costs in there. So, you know, half a dozen lines or something like that to show that that the $2 million is not out of line. All right, guidance on the use of AI. So this is just skyrocketing at the moment, and this is the next kind of, well, it's already here, isn't it, about Googling it. So, because the purpose of PHI Week is for you to engage with the problem and how challenging it is, and in the creation of the interventions, using agencies, literature, experts, your discussions, we just totally discourage the use of AI. The purpose is not to get the right answer. The purpose is for you guys to engage in it. If you do use AI, then you need to declare it. In fact, everybody should have a declaration on the slide about whether you used it or not and how you used it. And don't forget about AI hallucinations and errors and all sorts of things. If you're going to use it, you need to check its veracity. But please engage with the actual problem with your own brain and your own creativity. So the assessors will be looking for that understanding of those contextual factors that you will get from the agencies that AI doesn't have. So AI doesn't do that job very well. And so the marking rubric is on Canvas there. So you see the contextualisation is critical, the content and the presentation. And compulsory is the declaration of the use of AI and the references. All right, I've talked about confirming the appointments today. What counts as an agency? Oh, I should have taken that bit out. Only two things count as agency visits: the agency meeting and the topic expert meeting. Being a rep in the midday meetings doesn't count this year because that's just drop in. The midday meetings I've mentioned, respectfulness and effort at the agencies I've mentioned, individual reports and the resources on Canvas. Righto. This is going to go over time because now we're going to go into models and ways of thinking about public health. Now, these are mental models, ways to think about these problems and these solutions. All of these models are wrong, but some of them are useful. So just use the ones that you find useful for how you frame your work. All right, you'll be familiar with Te Whare Tapawhā, you'll be familiar with Te Tiriti articles and principles. You can use those as a structure. Mason Jury updated this with the Te Pai Maha Tonga, thinking about autonomy, leadership, physical environment, cultural identity, participation in society, healthy lifestyles. That might be a structure that suits you. Think about timing. This is the different timings and the different interventions based on disease characteristics. This is an infectious disease epidemic, so different programs and interventions apply at different phases in the problem. These prevention analogies about working upstream and the cliff of good health. These YouTube clips are in there. They're only a few minutes. Please look at them, especially this one on the cliff of good health, I think is really valuable. It'll give you a mindset about where the ambulances are, where the safety nets are, where the fences are, and shifting people back from the edge of the cliff where the determinants are. So please take a look at these. They're only a few minutes each, and those are helpful things to have in your mind. Equity, you'll need to address equity in your presentation. That'll need to be clear that you've thought about equity. And one of the things that is not well understood about equity is it doesn't have to specifically target the population that is the most affected by it. So, for example, if you just have a blanket policy like warm housing, rules for rental properties, that's a blanket rule. If you have a policy around tobacco control, that's a blanket rule. Even things like putting up the price of sugary drinks, that's a blanket thing that happens. But it's pro-equity, because the most responsive and the ones that will benefit the most are those with the biggest challenge with those problems. So dealing with equity doesn't mean that it's targeted and you go out and find those specific people. It can be a blanket approach which specifically lifts those groups. You're going to spend, most of you are going to spend most of your lives dealing with individuals and helping them with their health burden. And that'll include education about their diet and their lifestyle and quitting smoking and all that sort of stuff. But just think of the ramp that they're pushing that up on the public health side, is to reduce that so that it's actually easier for people to deal with their health burden or make the changes in their behaviours and so on. You'll be familiar with this. This is the socio-ecological model. This is like the onion rings with the individual. So if you're sitting in a clinic and you see somebody and you ask them those questions like Owen mentioned about how many people in the house, how many cars have you got, when did you how many phone numbers you changed. I didn't know all those questions, but they're useful questions. That gives you a sense of not only the individual that's in front of you as your patient, but also their individual behaviours and their social circumstances, and of course all the living conditions and the socio-economic and cultural environmental conditions. So that is a really, really useful model. It's been widely applied, it's been around for donkey's years, but it's individualistic. The individual is at the centre. And when you try to do population health strategies using this, you tend to front load the individual type strategies that deal with the individual, education and so on, or the family type things. And by the time you get out to the outer environmental conditions and socio-economic conditions, that's too big and too hard. If you're thinking in a systems way, you turn this thing inside out. You turn it inside out and you recognise that the natural systems are what we depend on, so we better look after this planet. And then these are the human-made systems. And the most important ones are the ones, the most powerful, are these ones around the top here that we usually never get to. They are the most central one. What's the governance? Who's got the money? Who makes the rules? Who's making the decisions? That's the governance. And then that sets up what the system looks like, what the housing and rental system looks like, what the food system looks like, what the rules are for vape shops or whatever, and so on. And from the way we construct our human systems built on the natural systems, we want health and well-being, we want social equity, we want economic prosperity, and we want ecological health and well-being. That's a more of a systems view of things. This is an oldie but a goodie, 1986. That's a long time ago. I'm not sure if too many of you were around in 1986. But this was the first set of thinking about how do you do health promotion. You enable, mediate and advocate, strengthen community action, develop personal skills, that's fine. So the individual is in there, the community is in there, create supportive environments, reorient health services. It's a bit old, it should be reorienting all services towards health. Because as we've just heard, housing and looking after the environment and things is all part of health and building healthy public policy. This is pretty messy, but you're going to be asked about why do you think your intervention is going to make a difference? And sometimes running it through this planning document, this program logic, really helps. What's the situation? You can talking with the agencies, you're understanding the situation. Then you sort out what your big mission is, and your missions and values and so on. And then you've got a bunch of input. That's your $2 million. Where's that going to go? And then a bunch of outputs. Who are you going to reach? What are you going to do? What do we create? What do you want to achieve in terms of outcomes, learning, action, conditions, and so on. So this might be a helpful way to think through the logic model of why your intervention is going to make a difference. Okay, 1 minute to 2, and I'm just started on my systems slide. I'm a systems geek. That's why I think I did endocrinology, because it's full of feedback systems, and that's why I'm in public health and looking at systems at the moment. What we tend to do, everybody tends to do, when they're looking at a problem, is look at the visible stuff. You need to have a different set of spectacles to look underneath to see the patterns of change, to see the relationships, the feedback loops. And below that, you need to be able to see the structures, the institutions, the policies. And below that, even still, is the mental models about why you think this works. So this is a very simplistic way of thinking about systems thinking, but the real message is go below the visible into the invisible. Understand the dynamics of what is creating this system in the first place. And this requires circular thinking, not linear thinking. Most problems, because we're stuck with them, we talked about the poverty problem, and reason that it's stuck is that half of us are better off. Why would we change a neoliberal system when half of us are better off? That makes it hard. Why would we get rid of ultra-processed foods when that's the whole middle of the supermarket and that's what we eat half of our diet, even though it's causing diabetes and obesity? So these things are locked into feedback loops. So this is not linear thinking, it's not simplistic thinking, it's actually quite detailed, complex thinking. And you people have learned all about systems, body systems, cardiovascular systems, renal systems, all the systems in the body, all kind of homeostatic systems. You're going to be working in a health system, and the things that are coming through the door are going to be coming from societal systems. There are systems all around you, but you've never been taught about how to look at a system. Now, we don't have time to go into this, but just to let you know, you've got to look below the surface to understand what the dynamics are and why this is playing out, to understand why a problem is still in place. Okay, social determinants of health. So this was the original WHO report, social determinants of health. I'm not great on the idea of the word social. That sounds like it's our fault as people, whereas it's actually societal, it's structural. But there's different types in there. And we heard quite a bit today about the political determinants of health. But there's commercial determinants, there's economic determinants, there's lots of other things, cultural determinants that sit upstream there. Okay, and Anna said, I put in that thing on the policy culture ladder that you talked about before. So I've just banged this slide in. And this is the way I think about how do we normally progress. Discussions today, bloody neoliberalism. How do we get rid of neoliberalism? Hell, that's a big step. It's been 40 years in the making. How do we get rid of that? That is a huge step. But we can look back on things that have succeeded in the past. Tobacco, road injuries, infectious diseases are good examples. And the way that we've gone about that is, this policy culture shift. So the first thing that happened with tobacco control was, we're going to make this little corner of the restaurant smoke-free. That was the first little policy step, because we weren't brave enough to do the whole thing. And so they did that, and people said, oh, shit, that's quite good, but the smoke's drifting in over there. What about making the whole restaurant smoke-free? So then that gave license to making the whole place free. And then that gave license for other places to be smoke-free. That gave a license to the social, stadia and outdoor places smoke-free. So and there's not signs up all around here about not smoking. Don't need to, it's in the culture. So this culture, and the same thing with road injuries, it's got kind of embedded, right? And you go like this, and that's this long, slow way that we get change. One step at a time, building on cultural change. Big societal shifts usually come after major events, wars, depression, revolutions, those sorts of things. These are nasty things to go through to get big shifts. I don't know if we can do it any better. I'm still going with the policy culture ladder. So think about that as you think about how do we take the next step and how's that get embedded within the systems. Okay, so you're going to have somebody in the group that's going to have to dive into some of these things and look at them in more detail. If you're going to do a coalition, this is a very good framework. So you've got 8 agencies that all want to do something together, and they've all got their own kaupapa, they've all got their own funding and their own issues. You want to bring them together. How do you do it? Okay, here's a framework for doing it. Get a common agenda, agree on the measurements, Make sure that what all these agencies are doing are reinforcing each other. Continuous communication, this is where some money needs to go, into the communication and the backbone support. Make sure you've got the organisation there. So that's a good framework for a coalition type intervention. And my last recommendation for just understanding this space is to just look at this little video clip. I've put the link there. It only takes you a few minutes, but it puts you in a space where you are faced with tough decisions as an individual, and you can see how people take those decisions and end up in difficult situations. So I think that's a really valuable little video to look at as well. All right. I'm not going to go to those final questions. I've already talked about that. I'm going to give Anna a chance to tell me what I've missed out on. And then if you've got any last questions, I'll take it from you. But happy to answer questions in the middle of the session, middle of the day in each of these days. Right, Anna, what have I missed out on?
No, I think you did. I've just got a few housekeeping things for everybody. I know Taranaki guys, you have to get to another location by 2:30, so I'll go fast. Really, really important to start making contact with agencies today. They are expecting to hear from you today, even your Wednesday ones. I'm getting emails already saying, we haven't heard from our students yet. Is that still happening? So get on to that. Really important too to keep checking the meeting schedules on Canvas. I'm constantly updating them. There's been lots of changes already today, so don't download it and think that that's it. If there is a change though, I will put it on Canvas and I'll email the team what it is as well. Some of the topics are a bit sticky. Intimate partner violence isn't a good thing, is that those tricky topics. Try and just be aware that you may have team members who have lived experiences, so just keep that in the back of your mind. If you are meeting with agencies on Zoom, and lots of you are, make sure that it's just the 2 or 3 or 4 of you who are meeting with that agency who can be seen. Don't have the rest of the team in the background. They find it really distracting, and we get feedback saying the team wasn't engaged, so just be aware about how you are meeting with these people. Make sure you do read everything on Canvas, not just your team page. There's a whole lot of information there, so before you come asking questions, make sure you've read it all. One of your team can start doing that today as part of the roles. Auckland, you guys, Auckland students, if you need rooms during the week to work in as a group or 2 or 3, or to have meetings in with agencies, which I've booked some for you already, email me directly with your team name, the time you want. Sometimes I can give you a full day in a room. Often I can't. The rooms vary from 6 people to 12, so it's just potluck what's available, what you get. But email me before 7 p.m. at night. I have an 8-year-old. I'm busy. But I will get back to you. We do invite all the agencies, all the facilitators and all the topic experts to the presentations on Friday. So they may be there asking you sticky questions as well. Keep that in mind. And just generally, PHI Week involves over 300 of you guys, over five regions, 27 topics, and over 300 external stakeholders as well. It's me and Boyd doing it all. So, so give us a bit of time, but I will get back to you as soon as I can about anything. But just keep in mind, it's a big thing, lots and lots of moving pieces that continue to move during the week. Cool, thanks.
All right, thanks. Okay, any questions, people? You've got your facilitator meeting coming up 2:30 for, oh no, they've got to leave for 2:30, yeah, 3 o'clock for most of you. All right, okay, well, final word. Enjoy it. You'll enjoy this and let your mind stretch. Kia ora, thanks.